us to shape the streets of D.C. Lift the siege on Gaza now! Lift the siege on Gaza now! Lift the siege on Gaza now! We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? Lift the siege on Gaza now! Lift the siege on Gaza now! من المية للمية من المية للمية فلسطين عربية فلسطين عربية From the river to the sea From the river to the sea Palestine will be free Palestine will be free From the river to the sea From the river to the sea Palestine will be free Palestine will be free Free, free Gaza Free, free Gaza Long live Gaza Long live Gaza Long live Gaza Long live Gaza Free, free Gaza Free, free Gaza Free, free Gaza Free, free Gaza Justice is our demand Justice is our demand No peace on stolen land No peace on stolen land Justice is our demand Justice is our demand No peace on stolen land No peace on stolen land There is only one solution There is only one solution Intifada revolution Intifada revolution There is only one solution There is only one solution Intifada revolution Intifada revolution Intifada 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 Long live the Intifada Long live the Intifada 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 Long live the Intifada Long live the Intifada Louder Intifada 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 Long live the Intifada Long live the Intifada Free, free Palestine Free, free Palestine Free, free Palestine Free, free Palestine Long live Palestine Long live Palestine Long live Palestine Long live Palestine Free, free Gaza Free, free Gaza I need every single one of you to lose your voice after chanting the top of your lungs today. Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Lift the siege on Gaza now! 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 From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? End the siege on Gaza now! End the siege on Gaza now! We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? We want a ceasefire now! 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 Ceasefire now!
Friends, sisters and brothers, comrades, dear families that are here, this is a historic convening demand a ceasefire, but for a free Palestine. People have been traveling from across the country to be here today. But not just in Washington. In over 100 cities around the world, people are marching. In Beirut, in Sao Paulo, in Jakarta, in Karachi. All over the world, the people say the same thing. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! And we are here not just because we love Palestine. We are here because we organize for Palestine. There is a diversity of organizations that have come together to stand with you. We have the Palestinian Youth Movement, the Action Coalition, the American-Muslim Alliance, the People's Forum, National Students for Justice in Palestine, Al-Awda, the U.S. Palestinian Community Network, the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights, Maryland to Palestine, the Palestinian Feminist Collective, and hundreds of more organizations, over 500 that have come together, that have organized, and that will keep marching and keep mobilizing for Palestine.
We wanted to start this historic day by acknowledging that many of us, I think all of us, are here in a deep state of mourning. This has been one of the hardest months in my lifetime. And I'm the post-Oslo generation. This has been one of the hardest months in history for our people. And we're here knowing that we have a deep conviction that Palestine will be free in our lifetime. This is 75 years of justice deferred for the Palestinian people who have been exiled and refugeed and murdered. This is 75 years of memory, of a commitment to our land, to our people, to our martyrs, to our children, that we will never abandon them. We will never abandon our cause no matter what. I want to also acknowledge that all of y'all out here today have spent the last month, and I'm sure a lifetime, individually organizing and doing everything you can for Palestine. because we got organized. We're here organizing for Palestine. And we're here in the heart of empire of this country that has offered political cover and diplomatic cover and media cover for the genocide of the Palestinian people. For shame! My name is Nadya. I'm going to be one of your MCs today. I'm here with the Palestinian Youth Movement. My co-MC is Manolo from the People's Forum. And all of us are here to shut this down. We have an amazing program for you today. A lot of people came out. A lot of people are still coming. But we're gonna get it started. I need a commitment from y'all. We showed up today, and today the world's eyes are on our people in Gaza, and they're also on us, including our people back home. If you are tired, if you are saddened, if you are angry, I need you, please, to put all of your energy together to be right here. Because we are demanding a ceasefire now. We are demanding lifting the siege on Gaza now. And we are demanding a stop to all aid to the Zionist state of Israel. And we're gonna get those demands, y'all. Let's shut it down. I'm inviting up a sister Ahlam from Maryland to Palestine. Please give it up for her.
Hello, marhaba, ahlan wa sahlan, and welcome to DC. My name is Ahlam, and I am part of Maryland to Palestine, a Palestinian-led grassroots abolitionist org fighting in Maryland for the liberation of Palestine. It is heartening to see so many of you out here standing up for Palestine. In the last 4 weeks, we have seen the most violent, abhorrent, inhumane attacks on our people. And while people are finally starting to call it what it is, a genocide, we know that the Zionist entity has always had genocidal aims. But they will never achieve their goals in erasing us. The occupiers have been losing since they failed to expel all of us in 1948. They lose when thousands of us flood the streets. They lost today. In the past few weeks, there have been many sentiments flying, including the one that we should not be too emotional. I disagree. Every single image you see of a mutilated Palestinian child should make you feel sick. Every time you hear a Palestinian mother or father crying, that should break your heart. You should be angry. Righteous anger is not hatred, it is love. Righteous anger is love for our people, our land, and humanity. We should be angry when it's our money going to fund these atrocities. They are stealing billions of your dollars to go to the Zionist entity. Shame! Now the question becomes, what do we do with all of this anger? We are not powerless. The power lies with the people, and we will use it for change. We will not get our names written on Starbucks cups while Palestinian children are writing their names on their arms so that their bodies may be identified after an airstrike. We will not spend our money at businesses that stand with and support the occupier. We will continue to boycott Starbucks, McDonald's, HP, SodaStream, Puma, and Ahava to hit them where they hurt the most, their pockets. There's a lot more that I can say, and I'm sure all of us are today, but I would like to end with this. To our Palestinian family in Gaza, the West Bank, and across all of occupied Palestine, we love you. منحبكم. We're with you. إحنا معاكم. We will see you in a free Palestine one day soon. سنراكم في فلسطين المحررة قريبا إن شاء الله.
That's right. We're gonna bring up Arsema from Dissenters. Make some noise.
Hello, everybody. I'm so excited and grateful to be here with all of you today. My name is Arsema, and I am representing the voice of Dissenters. Dissenters is an anti-militarist organization working to reclaim our resources stolen from us by the U.S. empire and the war industry, and to invest in life and collective liberation. Last week, Dissenters helped co-organize a national day of walkouts, where tens of thousands of young people walked out at more than 120 schools across the continent. The truth is, young people in this country stand with Palestine. Our generation was born in and has lived through endless imperial wars. We know better. Our duty as young people is to organize wherever we are. As a UMass student, UMass Dissenters has organized through protests, sit-ins, and walkouts to demand that our university cut ties with war profiteers that are arming and profiting from the massacre of Palestinian lives at the hands of the U.S. and Israeli government. All of us here are building a movement, and our movement values life and self-determination everywhere. This is a historic moment for Palestine, and this is a historic moment for our generation here in the United States to build an anti-imperialist movement that can end U.S. wars and force our institutions to divest from militarism and genocide in Palestine, in Sudan, in Haiti, and in our neighborhoods here. We choose to be the generation that dissents. The tides will turn because we are energized and we are visionaries. We are Muslim, we are immigrants, we are Black, we are indigenous, and we are queer. We are a generation of hope, a generation of healers and of creatives. Communities who are surviving under oppression carry the solutions. This march is not the end, but rather the beginning. We are the future. We live in a world created by the past, but we have the power to shape the world we deserve. We will end U.S. funding to Israel and reclaim the $3.8 billion we send every year, and we will reinvest those billions into life-affirming care, for reparations, for health care, for education. We will end the genocidal bombardment and siege of Gaza. We will repair our relationship with the earth and all of those who live in it. We are not a part of the resistance. We were born and made entirely from it. We will never be free until Palestine is free.
Free Palestine! We're gonna bring up Jasmin Nicole Williams from Artists Against Apartheid. Make some noise, y'all. Let's keep the energy up. What's up, y'all?
My name is Jasmin Nicole Williams, and I'm a printmaking artist and muralist hailing from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm also an organizer and an artist against apartheid. In the last 3 weeks, more than 8,000 artists and cultural workers from over 60 countries have signed on to the Artists Against Apartheid letter, standing firmly in solidarity with Palestinian people. The United States government funnels billions of dollars to prop up its occupational watchdog in the Middle East. The corporate media spews lie after lie about the Palestinian struggle to manufacture support for a genocidal apartheid state. The battle of ideas is in full swing, and everyone must do their part to push against what is widely spread and unquestionably believed. As artists and cultural workers, we have a unique responsibility to use our voice and artistic practices to protest apartheid and amplify the just cause of the Palestinian people and their resistance to occupation and oppression. As the U.S. and Israel wages war on Palestine, we and the Artists Against Apartheid vow to challenge imperialism on the cultural front from within the U.S. and beyond. We commit to using our platforms to combat the massive misinformation campaign without fear of repercussions. We dedicate ourselves and our artistic practices as tools for liberation, from Haiti to the Congo, from Sudan to Palestine, okay? We struggle for dignity, sovereignty, and self-determination. And that doesn't stop here in Washington. We're gonna take it back home. We take our solidarity from the studio to the streets, and we're gonna shut it down for Palestine this Thursday, November 9th. There will be no business as usual while our people are stripped of their humanity. Alongside the organized masses, we will usher in a new world that serves the many and not the few. Y'all look so beautiful. Can I get a free Palestine? Free Palestine! Yeah, that's right, okay? And free all oppressed people on this planet. If you are an artist that wants to join us, visit agaistapartheid.art to read and sign the letter. All right, peace, y'all. Peace if you're willing to fight for it.
Long live Palestine!
Long live Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Biden, you can't hide!
Biden, you can't hide!
We charge you with genocide!
We charge you with genocide!
Biden, you can't hide!
Biden, you can't hide!
We charge you with genocide!
We charge you with genocide!
What do we want?
Justice!
When do we want it?
Now!
What do we want?
Justice!
When do we want it?
Now!
Our next That's right, y'all. We're here. We're out here, DC. Give it up, Chocolate City. Here on Piscataway territory, fighting from the heart of empire for a free Palestine and freedom for all people under colonialism, wherever we are. We're gonna bring up next Dr. Hatem Bazian, coming to us from UC Berkeley.
Assalamu alaikum. First, let me give recognition to the indigenous people on whose land we stand today. Also, to give honor and respect to our black brothers and sisters who were brought to this country in the hulls of ships, but continue to teach us lessons in resilience, in leading the moral arc of this country, being the creative force like no other. We stand on their shoulder. I want to take a minute to express my deepest gratitude to the youth, to the students, to the young people that have stood against the machine. You are making a difference from the halls and the streets of Washington, D.C. to every corner of the world. Today we're gathered here not only in Washington, but in Bolivia, Colombia, Brazil, London, and across the world to say unequivocally to the world that we have witnessed the hypocrisy of this world. We say to you, you have trampled on every aspect of human rights. You have completely disregarded international law. And Biden, Genocide Joe, we need to tell you that no amount of hypocrisy of trying to tell us all of a sudden that you're going to have a national plan on Islamophobia at a time while you're throwing bombs on the heads of our brothers and sisters in Gaza. That will not work. That will not work. Your days for coming around and getting Muslim vote for nothing are over. Palestinians are talking to us today by saying the following: we demand and want freedom. We demand and want freedom, not through your State Department, not going down and hugging Netanyahu, not going to all the Arab leaders to try to see if we could ethnic cleanse Gaza. We want freedom, and freedom what we will get as Palestinians. And if you have not read history, Palestine was the last settler colonial project to be commissioned by these Western hypocritical countries. And as we celebrated the release of Nelson Mandela and the end of apartheid, the last settler colony in Africa, we will celebrate the end of settler colonialism in Palestine. Why? Because that's what justice calls. That's what courage calls for. That's what integrity calls for. We said freedom for Palestine. Freedom for Palestine. Freedom for Palestine. And as Palestinians, we are crying. We're in deep sadness. We're in deep mourning. But don't mistake this for the lack of resolve, that we will stand until we see a free, dignified Palestine. Assalamu alaikum.
Free, free Palestine!
Free, free Palestine!
From the river to the sea!
From the river to the sea!
Palestine will be free!
Palestine will be free!
ومن المية للمية!
من المية للمية!
فلسطين
organization with historical roots in the anti-war movement, and we have always stood against U.S. intervention and with the people of Palestine. I am also one of the Tampa 5. We are 5 protesters facing up to 5 to 10 years in prison for protesting against Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' racist attacks on education. This is the same governor that has sent weapons to Israel, called pro-Palestine protesters terrorists, and shame! And disbanded Students for Justice in Palestine chapters at Florida universities. Hey DeSantis, you will see! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! Hey DeSantis, you will see! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! As I'm sure most of you are aware, the attacks on the pro-Palestine student movement are not just limited to the state of Florida. Nationally, the U.S. Senate passed a resolution condemning student protesters for standing in solidarity with Palestine. Shame! This resolution only furthers political repression of the student movement and pushes the government to strike against any student standing up against the genocide of Palestinians. STS and the Tampa 5 stand in unconditional solidarity with Palestine in their struggle against the Zionist apartheid state of Israel. We know quite personally that protesting is not a crime, and we know that it is never a crime to fight for freedom in the face of occupation and genocide. As people living in the belly of the beast, we see that our struggles are connected to those of Palestinians. The same tactics that the Israeli occupation force uses to oppress Palestinians are the tactics the police use here to repress free speech and attack black, brown, and poor communities. We have an obligation to call for no U.S. aid to Israel. With over $14 billion sent to Israel, there's blood on Biden's hands. Without the U.S.'s aid, the apartheid state of Israel would collapse overnight. Biden, you can't hide! Biden, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! Biden, you can't hide! Biden, you can't hide! We charge you with genocide! We charge you with genocide! It's obvious that our government is standing on the wrong side of history. All across the globe, the people have made it clear that they stand with Palestine. From here in the U.S. to Cuba, London, Colombia, and Bahrain, the movement for Palestine is only growing stronger. We're learning from the bravery of Palestinians on the ground in Gaza and showing solidarity through massive student walkouts, sitting in representatives' offices, and blocking highways. These politicians should be ashamed of themselves for the stances that they're taking. And that's why we're going to march. And that's why we're joining the coalition to march on the RNC and the DSE next year in 2024. They're trying to stop us every step of the way because they don't want us to protest or to resist or to use our voices. But we know that protest and resistance is how we win. The Tampa 5 will continue to stand with this movement, to fight for this movement, until we see a free Palestine. We say no U.S. aid to Israel, end the siege of Gaza, victory in Palestine. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From Palestine to Mexico, these border walls
in our community who are facing repression for speaking up and talking about Palestine. We know that in the past month and for many years and in the times to come, there will be repression for speaking the truth. And we are not afraid. Because we have a just cause. And we have all of us behind each other. We're gonna bring up next Imam Mahdi Bray. Please give him a round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum. MashaAllah, let me hear that again. Assalamu alaikum. MashaAllah, you sound marvelous. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My dear brothers and sisters, bombs over Gaza. Women and children cry as they continue trying to commit genocide. But we can't let that happen. We can't help that happen, you know? And for the love of God, we gotta stop this madness. You know why? Because the United States government is funding this type of devastation and destruction and occupation. And we say, not one nickel, not one dime, no genocide in Palestine. We who believe in freedom cannot rest till it comes, and we will continue to fight for freedom. We will continue to struggle for freedom. You know, I think President Biden, he's got it all twisted, you know? He's been listening to the pundits and the disinformation liars. Because what we want and what we demand is a ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! So brothers and sisters, we got work to do. We got serious work to do. We got to organize and mobilize and continue to fight for justice. The Quran calls it adl, justice. And we got to keep on fighting justice till justice rolls down like water and a righteous rolls like a mighty stream. We want justice. We demand justice for Palestine and the people of Gaza. We demand it. We demand it. We're not begging for it. We demand it. So we're going to speak truth to power. We got to speak truth to power. And we got to come together. And we got to let people know that we're not going to be silent. Oh no, we're not going to be silent. We're going to not be like a little meow kitten. We're going to roar like a lion. And we're going to continue to raise our voices. We'll raise our voices and we're going to lift all of our voices and we'll lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven rings. Rings with the harmony of liberty and facing the rising sun, for our new day in Palestine has begun, and we'll march on and we'll fight on till victory is won. Free Palestine, free Palestine, free the land, free the people, free the land, and free Palestine. Free Palestine! Freedom Palestine! La ilaha illallah!
you see what I see? Do you see what I see? An endless sea of Palestinian flags here today. I see hundreds and thousands of people still walking into this plaza. We are not calling it Freedom Plaza anymore. This is Gaza Plaza. Gaza Plaza. Joe Biden, we charge you with genocide. Every tank, every weapon, every bullet that you send to Israel kills our brothers and sisters in Gaza. Biden, you have blood on your hands. And to keep talking about the struggles that unite our people across this country for Palestine, we have a representative from the Black Alliance for Peace.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, comrades, friends, and Zionists, because I know you out here today. The silence of betrayal beyond Palestine. I'm an organizer with Black Alliance for Peace. We want to thank all the organizations that made this event so successful. On April 4th, 1967, Dr. King made his most powerful speech, The Silence of Betrayal Beyond Vietnam. He spoke out and condemned the U.S. war against Vietnam. He said the U.S. was the greatest purveyor of violence in the world, and that is still true today. Looking at the last few weeks, Palestine is today's Vietnam. We will not be silent. We of Black Alliance for Peace stand firm in solidarity with the Palestinian people and all of their resistance forces. We say yes, immediate ceasefire, humanitarian aid now, end all U.S. funding for racist Zionist Israel, and so on. In the occupation, the right of return. The right of return. These things and more we must organize and make possible because the world stands with Palestine. Now to my Palestinian friends out there, where y'all at right now? Where my Palestinian friends at right now? To my Palestinian family, I'm a proud Black woman. I'm a proud African woman, but I'm embarrassed at some of these civil rights leaders, these Negro Zionists with their cowardly statements. I'm talking about Reverend Al Sharpton, Reverend William Barber of the Poor People's Campaign, Congressman Reverend Raphael Warnock, and even Martin Luther King III. None of these so-called civil rights leaders condemn the 2014 bombing of Gaza. Not a one. Reverend Barber never gave a sermon about poverty in Gaza is a direct result of the Zionist occupation. Reverend Warnock and Martin Luther King III both live in Georgia, but they haven't said anything about Cop City. They haven't said anything about Atlanta police being trained in Zionist Israel. Shame on them. So we call them Negro Zionists, because that's what they are. They're getting paid by somebody, by AIPAC or some members of Congress or somebody. But real quick, we just want to say, we're going to stand with Palestine. Just like Ju-Hyun and Malcolm X, James Baldwin and Angela Davis, we stand with Palestine. Like Malcolm X and Nelson Mandela and Muhammad Ali, we stand with Palestine. Like my big brother Kwame Ture and Dr. Minor Stick, the Black Panther Party, Sister Fatima Badawi, Afro-Palestinian freedom fighter, and so
welcome Dr. Melanie of the Red Nation.
I'm here today on behalf of the Red Nation. Right back at you. Today, we deliver a devastating blow to colonialism. That's right. As indigenous people of Turtle Island, we proclaim that decolonization and land back are the only forms of justice for the crimes of settler colonialism. Native people, unfortunately, have been here before. We know the entire history and future of Palestine because we have lived it. We endure the settler colonial project that calls itself the United States. That's right. We survived the elimination and removal of our ancestors. We are in our 5th century of resistance. We know that Palestine's future is a certain future because we are still here. Yet Palestine represents an alternative path for the native nations of Turtle Island. In this moment of our shared history, Palestine brings us closer than ever to the promise of true self-determination for all colonized people of the world. We fulfill our ancestors' dreams by standing with Palestine today. Palestine is the tip of the spear that steers us all towards liberation. That's right. And settler colonialism holds nothing back, and yet it cannot defeat those whose cries for liberation resound louder than any bomb they can drop on us. Almost done. Colonialism is failing, crumbling under the weight of its own conceit. The fort is breached, and the wagons are burning. The end of colonialism nears because the end of colonialism is inevitable. The United States wages endless wars to maintain its position as the supreme settler colony of the world. Ours is the oldest struggle against U.S. colonialism. Now is the chance to redeem your humanity, settlers of our stolen land. By standing with Palestine and standing with us. That's right. The end of U.S. imperialism is the only solution for us, for Palestine, and for the world. Mark our words. The humble people of the earth have spoken. There is no place for colonialism on Mother Earth. For the earth to live, colonialism must die. That's right. A free Palestine frees us all to build a future of peace and equality. And today we join our Palestinian relatives in a righteous struggle to author a new society. To our relatives in Gaza, we say, through kinship we are strong. May our message carry far across the sea. Gaza, Gaza, you will see. Palestine will truly be free.
from the Deep South, from the struggle to stop Cop City. Marty White from Community Movement Builders.
Repeat after me. It is right to rebel. Israel can go to hell. It is right to rebel. Israel can go to hell. Hello everyone, I'm Marty White from the Atlanta chapter of Community Movement Builders. We are a mass-based organization fighting for self-determination for Black or African people here in so-called America, and one of our principles is to stand in solidarity with other oppressed people fighting for self-determination, especially Palestinians. The first thing I want to get into here is that Palestinians are showing us what decolonization really looks like. I feel like in recent years, decolonization as an idea has been spoken of by many people as a sort of abstract and esoteric concept divorced from material conditions. Decolonization has become something that people speak about only conceptually or even metaphorically. Some of these people will speak in flowery language about decolonization, and it becomes a sort of defamed concept, and they turn their backs on the oppressed when they face the realities of hard struggle. They suddenly become pacifists, clutching their pearls while oppressed people fight tooth and nail for their freedom. But I want to make it very clear that for the oppressed and colonized people of the world, for the Palestinians living in the open-air prison of Gaza, having faced decades of ethnic cleansing, land theft, and repression, decolonization ain't a metaphor. This shit is real. Palestinians have a right to rebel. What that means is they have a right to fight to free their land from the river to the sea by any means necessary, and I do mean any means necessary. We here in imperialist America, which has billions of dollars to fund the genocidal Israeli war machine, have an obligation to stand by the Palestinians in their fight for freedom. I've said it before and I'll say it again. When the Palestinians strike at settler colonialism and fight back against the Zionist regime, the victories won are victories for the world's people, and the losses that have been suffered by the masses of Palestinian people are losses for the whole world's peoples too. Palestinians are facing settler colonialism, which is similar to what we face here in America, right? Just compare the Nakba to what's happened to indigenous people. And our struggle is connected in other ways as well. Look at the Gilly program in Atlanta. The police that are killing people, like Johnny Holman in Atlanta, are actually training in Israel through this program, supported by local universities like Georgia State University. These things are connected. They're learning how to kill us from the IDF. The enemy has solidarity. We need to have solidarity with each other too. Black, brown, and indigenous people should have solidarity with Palestinians as well. Everyone should support the struggle against Zionism and stand with the Palestinian people in struggle. Thank you very much.
My sisters and brothers, we now want to pay our respects and honor our martyrs. We ask for a moment of silence for the more than 9,000 Palestinian people who have been murdered in the genocidal war of Israel against our people. Let us begin this moment of silence.
We will never forget our people who have paid the ultimate sacrifice, which is death, for our freedom. To be a martyr is a status in our community that is unlike any other. May we be humbled by the sacrifice of the people who have lost their lives struggling for Palestinian liberation, self-determination, and sovereignty. We are going to chant, y'all, but not yet. We have 10,000 martyrs from the past 3 weeks alone. Almost half of them are children. We're going to bring up Sheikh Omar Suleiman. Please give him a round.
الكريم وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين وإذا الموءودة سئلت بأي ذنب قتلت. When the young child who was buried alive will be asked, for what crime were you killed? On August 16th of this year, 2023, I got a news alert that my name had been mentioned in an article. And this time, it wasn't Ted Cruz calling me an anti-Semite. This time, it was another Omar Suleiman, a 16-year-old who shares my name, who was murdered in the West Bank, where, by the way, there is no Hamas. And he was shot in the chest in cold blood while he was riding his dirt bike around the West Bank, where his family has lived for generations. His name was Omar Suleiman, the same name that my parents gave me. Last year, the 7-year-old boy, Rayan Suleiman, in the West Bank, once again, occupied territory, while he was walking home from school with his book sack, which had an animated car on it, and suddenly found himself being chased down by IDF soldiers who claimed that he had thrown stones at them. And with their full force, they followed him home to his house. And he went and hid in the corner of his room. And as they banged on the door and started to bang on his window, a 7-year-old boy with no medical history died of a heart attack. Cardiac arrest. A 7-year-old Palestinian boy terrorized by the Israeli government. Rayan Suleiman. A few weeks ago, we buried a 6-year-old boy, Wadir Al-Fayoum, a young Palestinian-American who was stabbed to death, not in the West Bank, not in Gaza, in Chicago, by a 71-year-old landlord who was directly incited by the hate speech of the President of the United States of America. Whose dehumanizing rhetoric and whose repeated debunked lies about seeing decapitated Israeli babies caused a man to go and decapitate a Palestinian boy. When Medea was killed, I want to share with you something that happened with me. A so-called ally, and I emphasize so-called, reached out to me to express condolences for the death of Wadir. After 2 weeks of having repeated, "I stand with Israel," and failed to acknowledge a single Palestinian baby's life in Gaza. And I responded to that person. And I said to him, what's the difference between Wadir and the thousands of Palestinian babies that are being decapitated by your bombs in Gaza? What's the difference between Wadir and Rayan? What's the difference between a Palestinian child here and a Palestinian child there? You want to know how human a Palestinian child is? Look around you and see all the Palestinian children that grew up in this country because their parents were displaced. And I responded to him and I told him this. And I want you to remember this the next time someone uses this doublespeak of caring about Islamophobia and anti-Arab bigotry in this country, but using the same tactics and framings to justify the killing of our brothers and sisters there. I said to this man that if I had never been born in this country, if my parents did not find a way out of that occupied land to raise me here, you who is expressing condolences to me here would have justified my death over there. There is no difference between a Palestinian that is here and a Palestinian that is there. We have parents that are writing the names of their children on their arms so that if they have to pull them from the rubble, they can be recognized. Is that the type of humanity that we want? Is that the so-called moral high ground that this country stands on? And so here's what we do. If I was over there and my parents didn't make it out, they would have had to do this to me. And I may have been murdered by the same taxpayer dollars that I'm paying right now. We're sick and tired of being dehumanized. We're sick and tired of being made complicit. We're sick and tired of the rhetoric. We're sick and tired of the occupation. We do not just demand an end to the current bombardment of Gaza. We demand an end to the occupation. We demand an end to apartheid. We demand freedom in every single sense of the word. Let me tell you something. Because you know how some people are going to report on this rally. They can mistranslate our movement all they want. They can draw these little pieces of land and say that this is your future state all that they want. But we are going to draw our map the same way that our parents drew that map. We're going to use the terms the same way that our parents use their terms. You don't get to dehumanize us and then tell us how we get to resist that dehumanization. And I want to end with one thing. Dear brothers and sisters, pay close attention. There's been a bill on the floor in Congress about the detainment of over 5,000 Palestinian children in Israeli prisons since 2017 that can't get passed. But somehow 412 congressmen found the moral conscience to suddenly pass a quick resolution to say that they stand with Israel. Know that when they say I stand with Israel, they are saying I stand with genocide. And if Joe Biden thinks that he can use his doublespeak on our community and come back to us and beg us for our votes, let it be known to all of those, including Joe Biden and all of those congressmen who fail to see our humanity today and who fail to hear our voices today, that we will not see their names on the ballot next year, and we will not hear them when they come calling upon us next year. And that we will not allow for them to tell us anymore that the only refuge we have from right-wing racists are two-faced liberals. Dear brothers and sisters, there are thousands of us here today. There are millions of us around the world. I know that it's a time of anger. I know that it's a time of grief, but do not despair. We will mobilize. We will penalize those who dehumanize us when they call upon us to try to get them into office. We will march. We will raise our voices under the full weight of the political and media establishments. We will not give up, because our brothers and sisters have not given up. And even though our names are written on our arms, our parents have embedded Palestine in our hearts. Wassalamu alaikum.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! We need to ask you for your help right now. What is this square called? Gaza Square! We need to let thousands of people who are waiting around the corner, they need to come into the square. We need to ask the people who are to my right, please move down so that others can come in. We have all the way down to the Capitol. Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets? And let's take these streets and make them ours. Now we stand for the national anthem of Palestine. Malkini.
من حديد ما بيفتح إلا الشهيد Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! What do we want? I can't hear you. What do we want? And what do we want it? What do we want it? Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine!
Whoever underestimated Palestinian women were really misled. We're here. We're gonna get loud. And we're gonna kick this thing off. I want to invite up somebody that you should know if you do not already. His name is Mohammed Nabulsi. And he is a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement. Please make some noise.
من غزة العالقرار من غزة العالقرار بدنا نكسر الحصار بدنا نكسر الحصار We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? End the siege on Gaza now! End the ethnic cleansing now! We're gathered here in the capital of U.S. empire to unequivocally demand the end to Israel's genocide of Gaza, the end to the brutal siege of our people, and the end to U.S. military aid for Israel. The free people of the world have spoken. We have made ourselves clear. We demand an end to the U.S. orchestrated, Israeli executed genocide of the Palestinian people. We demand an immediate ceasefire. For nearly a month, we have witnessed a genocidal onslaught on the people of Gaza. Israel has massacred over 10,000 Palestinians, thousands of whom are children. As we stand here, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of Palestinians beneath the rubble of buildings destroyed by American manufactured bombs. Shame! We've seen the wholesale destruction of residential buildings and homes, of mosques and churches, of hospitals and schools. We've seen the mass displacement of over 1 million Palestinians, refugees, to be made refugees again, as Israeli leaders call for a second Nakba as though the first one ever ended. Shame! We of course know that this war on Palestinian life did not start days or weeks or months ago. The Palestinian people have endured decades upon decades of colonialism, ethnic cleansing, and dispossession of our land, lives, and our very right to return. For 100 years, Palestinians have been subjected to Western and Zionist colonialism, and for 100 years, our people have fought back. Now, we don't gather here to simply recite the US-backed crimes of the Zionist state. We gather here as a show of strength, as a show of power, as a page in the historical record. We gather here to declare to the US government
and to the world as a whole that the masses of this country and of this globe stand on the side of justice, of dignity, of liberation, and on the side of the Palestinian people. It is not lost on us that the U.S. government sends its military advisors and soldiers, its aircraft carriers and rockets, its weapons of mass destruction to support the genocide of our people. It is not lost on us that this same government mobilizes its repressive vehicles in the U.S. to surveil, suppress, and criminalize our communities in a movement for Palestinian freedom. Shame. We hold no illusions about where the U.S. government stands. The same government and the same politics whose legacy includes slavery and Jim Crow, genocidal campaigns against the indigenous people of this land, genocidal campaigns against the people of the global south, from Korea to Vietnam to Iraq and Afghanistan, just to name a few. And what we know is at every turn, at every campaign, there have been those like us in the streets mobilizing to confront them. And so we hold no illusions about the once staunchest ally of apartheid South Africa, the supporter of fascist dictatorships all over the globe, the organizers of coups against democracies, the lover of endless war, all at the expense of the American people whose basic needs are not met. The U.S. government's historical record is open for the world to see, and we all know its details well. The U.S. Congress condemned our movement for justice and liberation. The two corporate parties have made themselves abundantly clear. So let us, ourselves, be abundantly clear. To the U.S. Congress, we welcome your condemnation. We know your loyalty to imperialism and war, to profit over people, to the destruction of our environment, and to the usurpation of our rights. And you know very well that our loyalty remains with justice, with dignity, with human rights, with the exploited and the oppressed of this world. Despite the repression, despite the media and lies, despite the media bias, despite all they do and will try to do as they have done with every movement of justice in this country, no, we hold no fear in our hearts. We stand on the shoulders of Palestinian children, the children of the stones. We have mobilized in the millions globally and in the hundreds of thousands today. We do not stand here because we believe that we can appeal to your conscience to end genocide. We stand here because the power of the people will force you to. We, the Palestinian youth movement, we Palestinians, we, the descendants of peasants and refugees, we, the siblings and offspring of martyrs and prisoners, we are proud of our people. We are proud of their resilience and their fight, their sacrifice and their steadfastness. We are proud to be members of a small, brave nation who holds its head high as the entire colonial West conspires to destroy us. They have spent 100 years trying to destroy us, and they can spend the rest of the eternity trying. As the saying goes, they tried to bury us. They didn't know we were seeds. Well, know now, those seeds that you buried have long sprouted, nurtured by a commitment to justice and dignity. Our roots extend deep into our communities, our workplaces, our campuses. We will weather all the attempts to cut us down. And just as the sun rises, we too will continue to rise until Palestine is free.
We are here today as young people, as students, as elders, as Muslims, as Christians, as Jews, as Palestinians. As Palestinians! As Palestinians! This is enough! Enough is enough! When our state is under attack, what do we do? When our state is under attack, what do we do? We want justice, you say how? End the siege or the sea now!
I can't hear you. We want justice. You say how? End the siege on Gaza now. من المية للمية. فلسطين عربية.
من المية للمية. فلسطين عربية. There is only one solution. Intifada revolution. There is only one solution. Intifada revolution.
We have some more people coming in from behind me. And the ask is for those of you on my right to please move down so people can come from behind. We have a really good sound system going towards the Capitol. We have screens. We're set up for this. We said this was going to be the largest rally for Palestine in U.S. history. So please, make room for your siblings who've come from a long distance. You're gonna hear us, you're gonna see us, and together we're gonna what? Shut it down! Shut it down! Here on my left, we have a scroll that has the name of 10,000 martyrs. We remember them in every single step we take, in every single moment we stand here and spend here together. We remember our people, and we are emboldened, and so are they, that you all, the people of consciousness, have come here so that genocide does not happen in silence. I'm gonna bring up Brian Becker from the Answer Coalition. Please make some noise.
Sisters and brothers, we formed this coalition, a small group of organizations 15 days ago, and if you look around here now, we can see that in 2 weeks' time, there has come together the largest demonstration in U.S. history to support the Palestinian people. And that's an indication that we have entered a new era. This is a new political period unlike any that has come before it. 40, I want to get your attention just for a moment, because it was 40 years ago, right now, 40 years ago, this month, that thousands of people came together in Washington, D.C. to say that the racist, fascist,
apartheid regime in South Africa must fall, and we will help it fall. And within a few years, it did fall. When we came together 40 years ago, the U.S. Congress said that Nelson Mandela was a terrorist. They said that the fighters in the African National Congress were terrorists. And 7 years later, Nelson Mandela was the president of South Africa because people stood up. Change happens in leaps and bounds. Change happens dramatically. Change happens on a dynamic register, and it's always one factor that makes the difference. And that difference is not the politicians in Congress, not who's in the White House. It's what happens in our communities, what happens in our streets, what happens with the people. We make the change. The change comes from us. And right now, sisters and brothers, we're sending a message, a very strong message to Joe Biden. If you stand with genocide, we hold you guilty of genocide. Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli regime pulls the trigger, but the U.S. government sends the weapons. They pay the bill. It's their genocide too, and we're here to say no. After we have some additional speakers and thousands more people coming into this area, thousands more, they're all over here. We're going to march on the White House, and we're going to send a message. The message is simple. When you kill 10,000 Palestinians, not because of what they've done, but because of who they are, when you commit genocide against a people and destroy a people in whole or in part, you are guilty of genocide, and that's why we're going to the White House later today. Free Palestine!
We refuse to live in the shackles of oppression. Like our national anthem says, that is what we refuse. What we fight for is the liberation of our people. With no conditions. Let's continue, y'all. I know there's energy. I know we're here and we're gonna march. But we brought a lot of folks who have stuff to say. And we're here, y'all. We're gonna bring up Leanne Suleiman from the People's Forum. Make some noise.
Brothers and sisters, friends, the dignified people who have come from every corner of the country and who are watching us from across the world. Today, we are here because the White House, the headquarters of war and imperialism, is forced to look at its own crimes directly. Every single Palestinian death, every murdered child, every home destroyed,
everybody. You know, first and foremost, this is absolutely beautiful to observe today. I didn't expect to be on a microphone, but there are thousands of people here that are more qualified to speak on the issue of a free Palestine than myself. But I will say this. They told me to be quiet. They told me to do my research, to go back, that it's too complex to say something, right? To be silent in this moment. In the last 3 weeks, I've gone back and I've done some research, and I'm teachable. I don't know enough, but I know enough that this is a genocide. And we are scared. We are watching it unfold. We have been taught to just be complicit, to protect our careers, to protect our interests. And I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm not afraid to speak the truth. You know, my daughter said to me this morning, she said, she's 8 years old. She said, Dad, when we protest today, when we march today, how are the people in Palestine going to know that we're showing up? Look at this. Look at this. The world is watching what we do right now in this moment of injustice. There's no side in humanity. We lead with our hearts, we speak the truth, we shut down the propaganda, and we march forward. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Thank you.
Family! I don't know how many of us there are here today, but I know we are packed. Hundreds of thousands. We need to make space for them. Move down. We control this city. Washington belongs to Palestine today. We are now honored to invite to the stage, from the National Students for Justice in Palestine, our brother Ju-Hyun.
Hello, comrades. My name is Ju-Hyun with National Students for Justice in Palestine. We're here today to amplify the power of the student movement for Palestinian liberation on occupied Turtle Island. I want to start by acknowledging the historical importance of this city for the student movement and the organized left. Just a few miles away at Howard University, Kwame Ture laid the groundwork for the Black Power movement. As a member of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, or SNCC, Ture nurtured critical analysis within students and fine-tuned their organizing skills at UC Berkeley, articulating the common enemy of imperialism and state violence and uniting the Black liberation struggle with the broader anti-imperialist fight in the global South. Students on university campuses have been the engine driving the anti-imperialist struggle, be it SNCC, the General Union of Palestinian Students, or Students for a Democratic Society. Our role has perpetually been to advance the movement's political line and challenge the status quo. Just a few decades later at that same university, students organized mass rallies, boycotts, and sit-ins to demand that the University of California system that has $3 billion invested in apartheid South Africa. Not long after, the first chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine, and later, the first national SJP conference was founded at Berkeley. But the campus struggle was not limited to Berkeley. Generations of students across Turtle Island have fought for justice in service of dozens of interconnected struggles. This work has developed through the leadership of over 250 powerful SJP chapters and counting, maintaining the legacy of the student movement and building unrelenting mass power. But why are students key to the cause? It's because our campuses and institutions are microcosms of U.S. empire. When students use our political education and institutional platform to resist the narrative and propaganda of the empire, the cracks in supposed U.S. democracy begin to widen. It is precisely because of this historic and ongoing legacy of the student movement as a threat to the interests of U.S. empire that the state seeks to censor and suppress SJPs. Despite the doxing trucks outside of workplaces, baseless congressional resolutions, and right-wing smears, I'm here to remind you that it is we, students, who for decades have advanced and actualized the demands for BDS on campus. It is we, students, who combat racist, Islamophobic narratives of Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims upheld by our institutions, with teach-ins and events that pack entire lecture halls. It is we, students, who despite relentless attempts at repression, organize tens and thousands of students on hundreds of campuses in defense of our people in Gaza who face U.S.-backed genocide by the Zionist state. We are the current and future leaders of our movement, and the architects of a more just world. The torch has been passed, and it is our duty to keep it burning, to continue the fight until justice prevails and liberation is realized. So students, remain steadfast in your fight for Palestinian freedom. Now is the time for unified investment. Now is the time for academic boycott. We must remain resolute in our demand for an immediate ceasefire to the end of the bombardment and genocide in Gaza, an end to U.S. military aid to the Zionist entity, and an end to the university complicity in the colonization of Palestine. Until liberation, we uplift the demands of our fellow speakers and remain determined to fight for free Palestine on our campuses and in our communities. From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. From the river to the sea. Palestine will be free. Palestine will be free. We now are honored to have with us, all the way from Chicago, from the Arab Women's Committee, our dear friend, Bazian.
السلام عليكم أخواتي أخواني أيها الجمع العظيم. بالأصالة عن نفسي وبالنيابة عن لجنة المرأة العربية أحييكم جميعا تحية فلسطينية من أعماق قلوبنا حين نرى هذا الحشد الكبير الهائل القادم من آلاف الأميال ليضم صوته للحق والعدالة والحرية. اسمي ميسون أبو غربية، ممثلة عن لجنة المرأة التي تأسست عام 2005 والتي قد قامت على تأسيسها الأخت المناضلة رسمية عودة، حيث ساهمت في بناء قيادة نسائية للعمل على تطوير وتثقيف وتحسين أوضاع المرأة في الجالية العربية في شيكاغو. لقد قمنا بتنظيم عدة مسيرات للمطالبة بوقف العقاب الجماعي والتطهير العرقي والتهجير القسري للشعب الفلسطيني في غزة، حيث شارك فيها عشرات من الآلاف من مختلف المجتمع من العرب والأمريكان والسود، إضافة إلى عدد من الجالية اليهودية المعادين للصهيونية. في ظل ازدياد العنصرية والكراهية التي أثارتها مواقف الحكومة الأمريكية والتي عبرت عن دعمها السافر لسياسة الكيان الصهيوني العنصري وتصريحات المسؤولين في البيت الأبيض، ووسط الانحياز الإعلامي لدولة الاحتلال الصهيوني، حيث لم تتم حتى الإشارة إلى أن قطاع غزة تحت الاحتلال والحصار، وإنه من حق الفلسطينيين المقاومة والعيش في وطنهم بحرية وكرامة وسلام كباقي الشعوب العربية. وهذا الدعم والانحياز الكامل والسافر للكيان الصهيوني هو السبب المباشر الذي شجع بعض العنصريين إلى إطلاق النار على المظاهرات، وأيضا أدت إلى مقتل طفل فلسطيني يبلغ من العمر 6 سنوات طعنا بالسكين في شيكاغو. واليوم نحن هنا كجالية عربية أمريكية نطالب بالوقف الفوري الدعم السياسي والعسكري والمالي لدولة الاحتلال الصهيوني العنصرية التي ترتكب جرائم حرب ضد المدنيين العزل من الأطفال والنساء والشيوخ، وقصف المنازل والمساجد والكنائس والمدارس، حتى المستشفيات لم تسلم من القصف. ومع استمرار الحصار المطلق على جميع قطاع غزة بلا ماء ولا طعام ولا وقود ولا دواء منذ 28 يوما، وهذا عقاب جماعي يخالف كل القوانين والأعراف الدولية فحسب، بل إن الحكومة الأمريكية تقدم 5 مليارات دولار سنويا دعما لإسرائيل، والآن تطالب ب14 مليار دولار لاستمرار الحرب الدموية التي أدت إلى مقتل أكثر من 10,000 فلسطيني، معظمهم من الأطفال والنساء، وقصف الأحياء المدنية وتدميرها بالكامل. عاشت فلسطين حرة عربية، عاشت فلسطين حرة عربية، عاشت فلسطين حرة عربية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Resistance until victory! Resistance! 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 We now are honored that hundreds of thousands of people are in D.C. today for Palestine! I don't know where they keep coming from, but they keep coming. But we need to make space for them, my friends. We're asking them to keep moving south, to keep moving so that more people can come in. We now want to invite the very courageous comrades of the Palestinian Feminist Collective and their friend who's coming with them, Susan Sarandon.
We are here on behalf of the Palestinian Feminist Collective. Palestinians know that what is happening right now in Gaza and the occupied West Bank is not something that started on October 7th. It started over 75 years ago. We know that Palestine, from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, from Al-Naqab to the northern borders, is occupied. We know that the movement to free Palestine is an indigenous movement. It's a decolonial, anti-imperialist, feminist movement.
always been to erase us. To erase every one of us, to rip our babies out of the wombs of their mothers, to suffocate us and starve us, to separate us from each other, to cut off our bloodlines. And yet we're still here. And we're gonna stay here 100 years since imperialists met and colluded to steal and divide our lands, to take away our sovereignty, to kill us. We continue to refuse this brutal assault on our people and land. We continue to resist because resistance is an act of love for our people and our life and our land.
Over 10,000 Palestinians have been martyred, and 70% of those killed in this genocide thus far are women and children. Today in Gaza, there are 500,000 displaced Palestinian women and girls. 50,000 pregnant women are waiting to give birth, with 5,500 expected to deliver next month, without water, without food, without fuel, without life-saving medicine or medical equipment. Shame! Women have resorted to taking birth control pills to stop their menstrual cycles because of a lack of sanitary pads. Shame! This targeting of indigenous women's bodies and sexualities is woven into the genocidal fabric of Israeli settler colonialism. But our love and care for each other, our insistence to live, our persistence to give birth to the next generation of Palestinians on our homeland, to hold ground amidst the most unlivable conditions, is a testament to the fact that we refuse to die quietly. We refuse the terms of our banishment. We are a people who teach life.
of Palestinian feminism as part of our revolutionary inheritance. Israel's state-sanctioned violence, its residual purpose is to sever the bloodlines of our people, but our legacy remains irremovable. Our resiliency is unshakable. We do not seek to make our liberation movements appealing. Our liberation project will continue to overwhelmingly restore power, freedom, and dignity. We need a medic. We need a medic.
In the northwest corner, to my left. We need a medic in the northwest corner. Who keeps us safe? Who keeps us safe? We got it, y'all.
Our liberation project will continue to overwhelmingly restore power, freedom, and dignity to all of us and open new paths toward liberation, decolonization, return. Liberation, decolonization, return. Liberation, decolonization, return.
Free, free Palestine.
Y'all, we are literally all the way back to the Capitol. We want to keep each other safe. We want to honor all of the people who came out here. Please continue to move down, to make space. Make space and move down, please. Take care of each other, look out for each other. There's a Palestinian flag on the rooftop of that building. It's wild, look around, y'all. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! We're gonna bring up Ahlam from the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights. Make some noise!
We say no. Repeat after me. We say no. We say no. Genocide Joe. Genocide Joe. We say no. We say no. Genocide Joe. Genocide Joe. We say no. We say no. Genocide Joe. Genocide Joe. My name is Ahmed Abu Znaid and I represent the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights. We're a network of organizations, organizers, and activists that are fighting for a ceasefire and to end all U.S. support of the genocidal state of Israel. I would like to share a piece of a poem with you. This poem is titled Enemy of the Sun, and it was written by Palestinian poet Samih al-Qasim. Now, for decades, this poem was thought to be written by Black Panther Party member George Jackson. It was discovered in his prison cell. The assumption that this was written by a Black Panther Party member like George Jackson tells us that the parallels that we see with the injustice in this country is directly connected to what we see in Palestine. Shout out to the Black Power movement, shout out to the Black Radical tradition, we see you. Now for a piece from the poem. You may put out the light in my eyes. You may deprive me of my mother's kiss. You may curse my father, my people. You may distort my history. You may deprive my children of a smile and of life's necessities. You may fool my friends with a borrowed face. You may build walls of hatred around me. You may glue my eyes to humiliations, O enemy of the sun, but I shall not compromise. And to the last pulse in my veins, I shall resist. Before I leave the stage, I want to bring one of our favorite chants from back in the days with the Dream Defenders to you. So I need you all to participate. Repeat after me. I believe that we will win. 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 Thank you. God bless you. Free Palestine.
Next up, we have Brother Nihad Awad from the Council on American-Islamic Relations. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be to you. My name is Nihad Awad. I'm the Executive Director of CARE, the Council on American-Islamic Relations. The nation's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization with about 35 offices nationwide. Part of what we do every day is to defend the rights of American Muslims and pro-Palestine activists. Those activists who have been subjected to hate crimes, Islamophobic attacks, who have been fired from their jobs, discriminated against, and those who their rights to speak have been stifled, whether in schools or on university campuses. I tell all of you, we hear you and we are with you. You are not alone. The people of Gaza, the children of Gaza, rely on your voices, on your activism, and do not be scared, do not be intimidated by the university officials or the governors of your state when they declare that your activism is illegal. My message to you, number one, those of you who have been subjected to bullying, discrimination, or mistreatment, or threats to be fired from your job because of your advocacy for Palestine, you are not alone. Contact our organization at www.cair.com and seek our help. Brothers and sisters, my organization is 501c3. A non-profit organization may not be able to make the following statement. So now, let me speak to you in my personal capacity as a Palestinian-American Muslim. From the beginning of the bombardment of Gaza, we spoke to President Biden the language of logic, the language of law, the language of humanity. We appealed to him to take a moral position to recognize 2.3 million civilian residents trapped in Gaza under the attack of the Israeli forces from every imaginable type of modern weaponry, to call for a ceasefire. All these calls and the calls from the world community fell on deaf ears.
Shame. 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 As the images of the genocide increased, he dehumanized the Palestinians and dismissed their suffering. He denied the dead Palestinians the right to be acknowledged as dead. Shame, shame, shame. He insisted that there should be no ceasefire. The State Department asked their staff not to talk about this de-escalation. We have discovered the language that President Biden understands, and let me share it with you. The language that President Biden and his party understand is the language of votes in 2024 elections. And our message is no ceasefire, no votes. 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 No votes in Michigan. No votes in Arizona. No votes in Georgia. No votes in Nevada. No votes in Wisconsin. No votes in Pennsylvania. No votes in Ohio. No votes for you anywhere. If you do not call for a ceasefire now, after hearing this message in the past week and a half, and the fact that 66% of Americans support the ceasefire, the President, the Secretary of State, Democratic senators and representatives started to change their tone. We will make our voices heard more and more. In November, we remember. 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 A White House official told a friend of mine that the community has a short memory. A few months, then they will forget. And let me tell them, in November, we remember. In November, we remember. In November, we remember. So, Mr. President, enough is enough. Call for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire right now. Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Thank you.
Next up, we have Mohammed El-Kurd.
Hello. Hi. What a sight for sore eyes. Look at all of you. When I was growing up in Jerusalem, we would have so many international activists come visit our house. And my grandmother would tell them, America is the reason. She would tell them, when you go back to your country, talk about Palestine. And look at us today. In the belly of the fucking beast. How dare they call us children of darkness? We are liberation. We are enlightenment. We are moral clarity. I want us to take a few consider the magnitude of loss of life currently happening in the Gaza Strip. I want us to consider what it means to lose 10,000 people, for 10,000 people to be killed by Israeli warplanes. Consider their families and their grief. Consider their lovers. Consider the people missing them. Consider our martyrs' lives, their grievances, their hobbies, and most of all, I want you to consider the fear that they must have felt as warplanes dropped over their heads, the fear they must have felt minutes before they were killed. And I want you to compare that fear, I want you to measure that fear against your own fear. It does not compare. I understand it. We're all afraid of losing a job, of losing a friend, of being ostracized, of being shamed. I called my father earlier. I told him I was coming to this march. He said, stay away from the cameras. We're all afraid, but this fear does not compare. They want us to think that we are paying personal prices, but we have our community. They want us to think that we are alone, but we have our people supporting us. If they come for you, if they take your job, if they fire you from school, if they expel you, do not think of yourself as a casualty. You are not a casualty. You are fuel for the movement. You are part of the struggle. They want us to be silent, but we know silence will not protect us. Fear and silence will do nothing but allow this carnage to go on unchecked. Silence is a sign of consent in the empire. Are we afraid? Are we afraid? Are we afraid? Let me tell you this. Empire does not reward silence. It will crush us anyway. It will swallow us anyway. We cannot sit in the corner quietly as they kill our people. Are you afraid? We need to be audacious. We need to speak out, even at the risk of mischaracterization. This is a time for courage. Are we afraid? Thank you.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! We are here in the hundreds of thousands to say, ceasefire now! Ceasefire! Ceasefire! We want to invite Nazek Sankari, all the way from Chicago, from the U.S. Palestinian Community Network.
Good afternoon. My name is Nazek, and I am co-chair of the Chicago chapter of the United States Palestinian Community Network, a grassroots community organizing institution that has chapters in 8 states and members all across the country. There is no going back to the status quo of the world before October 7th. This genocide against the Palestinian people has exposed Israel for what it really is, a weak, white supremacist, racist, apartheid Zionist state that is determined to remove Palestinians from their ancestral homes and lands at all costs.
spineless Democratic Party has failed. The only thing it has offered is 100% support for genocide and $14 billion of additional military aid for Israel. So USPCN is mobilizing with both the coalition to march on Republican National Convention and the coalition to march on the Democratic National Convention in 2024. We are calling for protests at the RNC July 15th in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and the DNC in August at 19th to the 22nd in Chicago with a mass march on the 19th. In addition, Joe Biden, almost every legislator in DC, and almost every governor in the land are dehumanizing and criminalizing our community by parroting anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, and anti-Muslim rhetoric that we experienced in the aftermath of 9/11. The dangerous language and lies our so-called leaders are spewing emboldens violence against our community, which resulted in the murder of the beautiful little boy, Medea, and the attempted murder of his mother in Illinois, as well as Zionist attacks on USPCN protests, in which one racist fired a gun into the air around dozens of protesters, and another sprayed protesters with pepper spray. We have also seen violence on protests in New York, Los Angeles, Minnesota, and Seattle. USPCN has already shut down 2 congresspeople's offices in Illinois, Chant and Sean Caston. Schakowsky just announced that she won't reopen her office. That's exactly what needs to happen across the entire U.S. No business as usual while our elected officials are supporting genocide. They will not stand silently as Palestinians continue to be massacred with impunity by the racist occupation forces with U.S. weapons and with our tax dollars. Our resistance in the U.S. is justified, just like our resistance in Palestine is justified. I mentioned that Israel is in crisis, and the United Palestinian Resistance exposed it to the whole world. Just like South Africa didn't have the right to exist as a racist apartheid state, Israel does not have the right to exist as a racist, white supremacist, apartheid, settler colonial state. And after we defeat and dismantle this unjust system and state, we will build a secular, liberated, pluralistic society for everyone who lives from the river to the sea.
We need a medic. Northwest corner. We need a medic.
We support the unified Palestinian resistance against the Zionist oppressors until we win complete and total liberation. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free!
We now want to invite our dear sisters from Code Pink, Noor and Medea.
Hi everyone, my name is Noor and I'm here representing Code Pink, a feminist-led organization rejecting imperialism everywhere. I'm happy to see you all coming today in support for Palestinian liberation. And I want to start with a text from my friend Muhammad, who is currently in northern Gaza. He says, "We are living in horror here. I'm sitting at home. I expect that at any moment missiles from Israeli occupation aircrafts will fall on us. I hear the sound of missiles coming from above our house. One of the most prominent questions we need to ask ourselves right now is why can we hear these words and these first-hand accounts from Gaza, yet the genocide still continues? Why do only 18 representatives and 1 senator support a ceasefire? And why is Biden insistent upon funding this genocide? The answer is simple. Palestinians have been stripped of their humanity to justify this genocide. Code Pink, as a feminist organization, has seen for 20 years how Arab and Muslim women are used as political pawns by imperialists. But we see through their propaganda. Palestinian women are committed to life and dignity. They are not human shields. They are the vanguard for liberation. Don't be mistaken in thinking the IOF is strategically targeting Palestinian resistance fighters, or that this is some sort of religious issue. Palestinians are being murdered simply for being Palestinian. Palestine is a home for people across all faiths, and Netanyahu has declared war on every single one of them. Like I said, Palestinians are being murdered simply for being Palestinian. But the Western media will mislead you to think otherwise by weaponizing Islamophobia against them. Shame! The U.S. used this strategy to justify the war on terror after 9/11, and they're doing it again now because it worked. It allowed the U.S. to murder nearly 5 million people with no accountability. Shame! So I asked Biden, is this how you want to be remembered? As a genocidal, destructive warmonger? Shame! Look at this crowd. Clearly the American people do not agree with your genocidal plans. You must call for a ceasefire now or solidify your position as one of the most inhumane presidents in American history. The American people demand a ceasefire, an end to the occupation, and the full liberation of Palestine. Muhammad told me the only thing that makes him happy is knowing we are by his side. And I promised him I would never give up on the fight for his safety and for a free Palestine. And I would like you all to make that promise to him as well. So please repeat after me. Dear Muhammad, I promise. We promise. To never stop fighting. For you. And for a free Palestine. From the river. To the sea. Thank you, everybody.
We now want to invite, all the way from Minnesota, Medea from the Anti-War Committee.
Hello, people from Minnesota. We drove for 20 hours straight through the night so we could be here with you. We think it's imperative to be a part of a national movement, to stand up together, to say that the U.S. does not support the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. I know that the media has spent a lot of time talking about the giant protests around the world, but I think it's important for you to know that we have had the largest protests of tens of thousands of people in Minnesota that we have had since the murder of George Floyd. In fact, just this week on Wednesday, Genocide Joe came to Minnesota, and we called him Genocide Joe at the airport. We called him Genocide Joe at the farm he went to. We called him Genocide Joe in the streets of Minneapolis, where thousands of people gathered to protest him. And anti-Zionist Jews got into his fundraiser and disrupted his fundraiser.
How do you want to verify
for your steadfastness, for your resilience, for your commitment
I barely
to the
looked at
Palestinian
it,
rights.
so I have no idea.
Let's keep this pressure on. Let's keep this pressure on.
This is the thing, is that Democrats are there right now, but
The reason why this genocide White House, why this complicit Congress, why the warmongering media just shifted their tone in relation to the brutality, to the genocide is taking place in Gaza, is because your voices have been heard. It is because of your actions and advocacy. It is not that, God forbid, that they had a sudden conscious awakening. They don't have a conscience. What they understand is pressure. What they understand is that we call them out. What they understand is that the people are unified. And we are unified in our position to bring this genocide in Gaza to a complete and immediate end now. Because we're effective, they're trying to intimidate us. Because we are effective, they are trying to silence us. And because we are effective, they're trying to accuse our collective voices for justice as being anti-Semitic. I mean, we have brothers and sisters from the Jewish community here amongst us. Let's salute them. We salute you. We know you stand on moral grounds. We know that you stand for your humanity. And we stand with you in our humanity. We're not going to be intimidated. Yes, from the outset, anti-Semitism is immoral. Islamophobia is immoral. Any form of hate and bigotry is immoral. But you know what is more immoral and evil? To conflate our condemnation of Israel and its genocide policies with anti-Semitism. To conflate our opposition to Israel as an apartheid state as anti-Semitism. To fuel Islamophobia under the pretext of pushing back against anti-Semitism. To deny the tremendous suffering of the Palestinian people who are being subjected to a brutal genocide by our own tax money, by our own weapons. To dehumanize the Palestinian people. To undermine their suffering. To subscribe to selective humanity.
How does it look?
To use debunk
How does it look
lies
from up there?
about beheading Israeli children to justify the beheading of Palestinian children. To condone and justify the bombings and the murders of Palestinians in hospitals, in their homes, in UN schools, in ambulances and hospitals by weapons and bombs banned by the United States of America. To make us all complicit as Americans in the war crimes and genocide that is committed and being committed now in Palestine. And you know what is more immoral and dumb? Is to expect that we will forget in November 2024. To think that we're just going to elect you and vote for you just because you're not the other Republican guy. We refuse this analogy to choose between dying with a bullet or with a poison. We refuse to stand with a president who lied to us that he is coming to restore America's moral authority. If this is your moral authority, then the hell with you and your moral authority. Moral authority is a human equality. Moral authority is freedom. Moral authority is dignity for all. Moral authority is not to vote to liars, to war criminals, to warmongers. That's what moral authority is. Keep the fight on. Don't give up on their resilience in Palestine. They're not raising the white flag in Gaza. They're not begging for mercy from their oppressor. They're demanding justice and freedom, which will receive. That's what's going to be achieved. Freedom is coming. This is inevitable. Palestine, wallah, by whatever Lord you worship, is going to be free. It's going to be free. Apartheid will be dismantled. Imperialism will be defeated. And liars will lose the elections, inshallah.
We're gonna get ready to march, but not yet. We're gonna bring up Dr. Nuda Edicott.
Look at us! Look at these thousands and thousands of people of conscience gathered in love and rage. We are united by our humanity. We are united by our commitment to humanity, our absolute refusal to let Western powers and Israel bury it beneath their depraved pursuit of wealth and privilege. We are placing our bodies on the railroad tracks that are trying to forge a future through genocide and annihilations. Never again means never again for anyone right now. Our presence even more remarkable in the face of harassment, intimidation, censorship, outright lies about pictures that do not exist. Denial of our dead, whose bodies have not had the dignity of burial, whose beloveds have not had the solace of mourning. And still we gather. We are all here to charge this administration with genocide. Even though the majority of the world, the majority of Americans support an immediate end to the carnage and destruction of Gaza, only 6 out of 535 members of this cowardly, decrepit Congress have endorsed a ceasefire. Every single human rights instrument ever drafted was meant to prevent these atrocities. The Genocide Convention, the Rome Statute, the Geneva Convention, the empire. We are here because Palestine reveals the naked hypocrisy of Western universalism. It reveals our enduring colonial reality, and it offers a glimpse into a future without colonialism. Palestine, where a valiant people have always existed, where survivors and fighters continue to affirm that they belong to a land upon which there is a life worth living.
Oh yeah. That's my guy.
على هذه الأرض يستحق الحياة. على هذه الأرض سنزرع المستقبل. We are like olive trees, like the ones that our ancestors planted. We are unshaken. We are unmoved. We are undeniable. Stand with us in this promise. We promise. Palestine still promises that we will all be free. Free! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Next up, speaking of freedom and liberation, we have Majid Gadson from the December 12th movement. Make some noise.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Hey.
Peace, family.
We need a medic in the center by the press riser. A medic, we're good? We're still waiting for a medic by the press riser.
Peace, family. My comrades and I are here to give a statement from the December 12th movement, a Pan-African human rights organization.
Over there. Medic, we need a medic.
Are you ready?
I think from over here.
Are you ready? No?
Hey, over here.
All right. You go? Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Peace, family. My comrades and I are here to give a brief statement from the December 12th movement, which is a Pan-African human rights organization. More than 10,000 murdered civilians. Up to 4,000 of that murdered children. More than 10,000 in prison. Over 1 million refugees. Gaza is being reduced to rubble as we speak. We, the December 12th movement, stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine. This war didn't start on October 7th. It started in 1948 by the Zionist settler colony called Israel. For over 70 years, Palestine
Palestinians have been oppressed, displaced, and murdered while living in Palestine. Palestinians have a right to resist their daily terroristic oppression from Israel. Israel is a settler colony, and settler colonies are historically violent. And we stand against that. The Pan-African community remembers the time when the Palestinian people came to the aid of our native South African brothers and sisters in the fight against the Apartheid regime in South Africa. At that moment,
we need a medic this way, please. We need a medic where I'm pointing. Can y'all wave the flag where a medic is needed? Thank you, y'all. Thank you, we're good. Thank you for keeping us safe. Who keeps us safe?
At that moment in history, you were in a struggle of your own for your liberation. We also remember you were friends of Nelson Mandela. As of October 7th, Israel has blatantly violated the Geneva Conventions. Our Palestinian brothers and sisters, we got your back. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated.
Where we need a medic. Make sure you're drinking water. Make sure you're taking care of each other. It's a long day. We're out here in the streets. We want to stay out here in the streets. We're going to bring up our comrade Nina from Bayan. Please make some noise.
It is breathtaking and humbling and amazing to be here with you all today. So make some noise for yourselves! From the ranks of anti-imperialists and progressive Filipinos across the United States and around the world, Bayan USA is here with you all today in DC to condemn the collective punishment
domination, what it is like to fight for national liberation across generations. For centuries, the Philippines was colonized by Spain, then colonized by the United States, and up to today remains a U.S. neo-colony. And today, the United States uses its puppets in Israel and the Government Republic of the Philippines to assert its geopolitical and economic interests in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. The Philippines is the third largest buyer of weapons from Israel. Both the IDF and the armed forces of the Philippines are heavily armed, funded, and trained by the United States. As Filipinos, we are here to say, end Philippine support for Israel, end U.S. military aid to the Philippines, and end U.S. military aid to Israel. Because Philippine and Palestinian liberation are inextricably linked because we have a common enemy.
In the face of ongoing political repression, we must turn grief and fear into revolutionary courage. It is not enough to mobilize once or twice as individuals, but we must build fighting mass organizations. If you're not in an organization, join one or build one. Building people power through sustained collective action is our best defense against repression and oppression. Courage is forged in the hearts of the oppressed, the hearts of the oppressed who dare rise up together. So let us link arms across our movements and build anti-imperialist solidarity. In the Philippine movement, we have a beloved chant that dates back to the 60s against the Marcos dictatorship. It roughly translates to dare to struggle, do not be afraid, or makibaka, wag matakot. So I ask you all to raise your fists, to raise your flags, and learn this chant with me, because we should remind ourselves and each other of our commitment to fight, our commitment to boldly take action and assert our rights. From Palestine to the Philippines. From Palestine to the Philippines. Stop the U.S. war machine. Stop the U.S. war machine. Thank you.
We now want to invite, coming from New Jersey, Rania Mustafa from the Palestinian-American Community Center.
It's been 28 days since most of us have been able to take a real deep breath. It's been 28, medic, right? I think that's what we need, a medic. Medic? Who needs a medic? Over there, please. The medics are on their way, I see them. Please head to where those people are. Please wave, wave. Thank you. It's been 28 days since most of us have been able to take a deep breath. It's been 28 days since most of us have actually had some sleep. It's been 28 days of us being glued to our phones, waiting on the next update, waiting to hear from social media, waiting from that text from our loved one or friend. It's been 28 days together. We have to keep working together. The tides are turning. They are feeling our boycotts. They are hearing our voices. Officials are resigning. Reporters are speaking up. People are listening and hearing the truth, and they are saying no to genocide. Each of you will go home. Each of you will return to your friends and family and community, and that is where the work must continue. Each of us must ask, what can I do? How can I make this stronger? This movement stronger? Enough is enough. We need to call for a ceasefire now, and we need to keep working on it today, tomorrow, and always until there's a free Palestine. Free, free Palestine.
We now want to salute the resistance of the indigenous people of this land. We welcome these slaves, our dear sister, Crystal Kumos of Honor the Earth.
My name is Crystal Tools. I'm Oglala Lakota, Northern Cheyenne. I come from Lakota and Cheyenne territories in what's now called Montana and South Dakota. I'm here with my little sisters, Siam, Takaya, and little brother, Denzel, who's coming from what's now known as British Columbia. We come to you today as people who recognize in our spirits that we share a story. And like you, we know who we come from and where we come from. We were blessed to be raised in our communities with our traditional teachings and on our lands. And because of that, we know that we are relatives in so many beautiful ways. Our journeys connected us with the Palestinian struggle years ago when our leaders from the American-Indian movement met with the leaders of the PLO. Palestinians showed up. Palestinians showed up and held security at Wounded Knee occupation in 1973. And when our people started to attend the United Nations, it was Palestinians who showed us the ropes. They came to our territories in so-called British Columbia and offered tactical skills training to our people. For me personally, it was Standing Rock, where I recognized our deep connection, and that sealed my relationship deep into my heart and spirit with Palestinian people. We are here today as people who descend from warriors and survivors of attempted genocide. But we weren't supposed to be here today. We weren't supposed to survive this settler colonial project. They tried to massacre us. We have stories about the atrocities that they did to our people, cutting off body parts of men and women, parading them through the streets on necklaces and spears. They tried to kill our life sources. They tried to take out the buffalo and the salmon and contaminate our waters. They forcibly removed us from our lands and chased us down like animals when we tried to return home. They sterilized our women and kidnapped our children and tried to kill the Indian and save the man. And when they failed, because they failed, they now try to silence us and erase us from the history books. But we are still here, and we survived. And to my Palestinian relatives, so will you. We will survive because we belong to the land. We will survive because we are the land. The land knows you, and the land will call you home. Until then, my dear relatives, as an Oglala woman, as a Northern Cheyenne woman, as a Tlaman woman, a Stalo woman, a Nichanoth woman, a Gitsan man, we commit to carrying your struggle as our own. We are stronger together, and there is nothing our oppressors can do that will ever sever that relationship. And to our relatives still in Palestine, we know that you will never stop fighting, and we will never stop fighting next to you.
We have a strong message for the true anti-Semites that are in the U.S. Congress and in the White House. We are the true friends of the Jewish people. But we are enemies of Zionism. We are enemies of genocide. That's why we invite, on this holy day of the Sabbath, we invite our friends, our brothers from Neturei Karta.
Hello, my name is Richie Marino. I'm with Workers World, and I'm also with the Bronx Anti-War Coalition. And I'm very proud to be reading a speech prepared by Neturei Karta International for the rally in Washington, D.C. on Saturday, November 4th, 2023. With the help of the Almighty, Assalamu Alaikum, due to religious restrictions of the Jewish Sabbath, we apologize that we cannot speak to you using the microphone, but we want to use this opportunity to express our solidarity with the suffering and persecuted people of Gaza and Palestine. We are here today representing the Jewish religion and religious Jewish communities true to their religion worldwide. To voice our horror and to condemn the horrific genocide of innocent men, women, and children occurring now in Gaza, and the ongoing brutal occupation of Palestine for over 75 years. Since the inception of Zionism in the late 19th century, masses of Jewish people and the rabbinical leaders worldwide, including in the occupied Palestine, oppose Zionism and the very concept of the State of Israel, and to the present day condemn all of its atrocities. The very existence of the State of Israel, the ongoing occupation, including all brutal atrocities since its very beginning in 1948, are a violation of Judaism and are criminal and barbaric. According to Jewish belief, Jews are forbidden to create their own state since God placed them in exile, and they are forbidden to end this divine decree of exile by any physical means. This is especially the case with respect to killing and occupying, both of which are totally forbidden in the Jewish religion. Jews are required to live as loyal citizens and peaceful neighbors in the countries where they reside. Muslims and Jews have lived for hundreds of years in Palestine with a beautiful coexistence. The difference of religion was not a reason for conflict. This occupation is ultimately responsible for the ongoing tragic bloodshed today and for over the 100 years of both Arab and Jew. Opposing the Zionist state of Israel is not anti-Jewish and not anti-Semitism. Rather, the state of Israel is the personification of anti-Jewish and anti-Semitism. To end the constant cycle of violence and tragedies, Palestine must be returned to the Palestinians and the Zionist movement must cease. We pray that this should happen peacefully with no more suffering for anyone. Inshallah, at that time we can hope to see the peace that existed in Palestine prior to the invention of Zionism once again restored. One final and very important point. Please never refer to the state of Israel as the Jewish state. That only helps to support and empower the state of Israel. Please refer to it as the Zionist state, and to people that support it as Zionists, not as Jews. Assalamu alaikum, a chant, follow me, Judaism yes, Zionism no, the state of Israel must go. Viva, viva Palestina! Viva, viva Palestina! Thank you.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free!
MashaAllah, we love the children. We are going to bring up our comrades from Dream Defenders. Janelle Edwards. Brick by brick, wall by wall. Zionism will fall. Brick by brick, wall by wall. Apartheid will fall. Holding in Mayen. Palestine, Arabia. Men in Mayen. Israel Haramiye. Oh, Israel Haramiye. Give it up for Janelle Edwards, please.
What side are you on, my people? What side are you on? We on the freedom side. What side are you on, my people? What side are you on? We on the freedom side. My name is Jonelle, and I'm the co-executive director at Dream Defenders. We're a national black freedom organization fighting for safety and a good life for all of us. From our inception, the history of our organization has been inextricably tied to the Palestinian liberation struggle. As we fought in the state of Florida after the murder of Trayvon Martin, it was Palestinians who stood next to us. It was Palestinian homes where we strategized, where we planned, and where we took action together. And in 2015, at the leadership of Ahmed Abuznaid, we began taking delegations from across the country to Palestine to continue the long legacy of Black and Palestinian solidarity. And through those delegations, I and many other Black organizers from the United States saw firsthand the roads Palestinians couldn't drive on, the checkpoints, the settler harassment, the empty tear gas canisters, and the Palestinian children who showed it to us. At the core of what ties the Black and Palestinian struggles for liberation together is our unfailing yearning and determination to live freely, unapologetically, and fully. And they will never take that from us. The mainstream media would have you believe that the war on Gaza just started. But we know that's not true. For 75 years, Israel has waged a brutal campaign of terror and enforced a state apartheid on Palestinians. And today we are seeing a genocide happen right in front of our eyes. Our government has the ability to stop a genocide. Our government has the ability to stop a genocide. But instead, they are choosing to fund one. They think they can exhaust us, they think they can wait us out, and that soon we'll move on to the next injustice. But in the coming months, we know they're going to come around asking for our votes.
But what are they doing for us today? Universal health care is too expensive. Canceling student debt is too expensive. Everything for the people is too expensive. But when it comes to funding the police, funding militarism, they always cut the check. So until they change the course, we must continue to take action, big and small, to demand an immediate ceasefire, to demand the U.S. stop arming Israel, and to demand a free Palestine. So make the calls, protest, shut down their meetings, stop the ships filled with weapons, and don't let up. The last few weeks have broken me in many ways, in the same ways that I felt when Trayvon Martin was killed. But the last few weeks have also inspired me. From actions in my hometown in Florida to actions across the globe, we cannot let up. The tides are changing, and I know now more than ever, in this lifetime, Palestine will be free. Up with liberation, down, down with occupation. Up with liberation, down with occupation. Up with liberation, down with occupation. Thank you all.
We are almost ready to march. We have a few more speakers. We are almost ready. Y'all got me? We got us? Next we have Raja Abdelhaq, founder of Al-Quds News and former executive director of Islamic Leaders.
Assalamu alaikum. Brothers and sisters, I'm asked to be very quick, so I'll do my best very quick. But we are at a pivotal moment, not when it comes to the Palestinian cause only. We are at a pivotal moment of the global fight against Western hegemony, Western imperialism, and Western colonialism. This genocide against the Palestinian liberation movement does not only aim to eradicate the Palestinian resistance in Gaza. This genocide aims to eradicate the struggle against capitalism and Western colonialism. Brothers and sisters, the people of Gaza are not standing tall against the genocide, against Israeli occupation. They're standing tall against American imperialism, and imperialism that has destroyed the global South, an imperialism that is acting as a world police where thousands of millions of people are dying for standing up to injustice and to oppression. Israel is not just an occupation. Israel is a settler colonial project that started the day Balfour Declaration promised the Zionist movement the land of Palestine. 1 year after the Balfour Declaration, he said that the aspiration and the wishes of the indigenous people of Palestine are irrelevant, and Zionism, whether it's bad or good, it's for the interest of the Great Britain. 106 years after that, American Congress, exactly on the day of the Balfour Declaration, calls the Palestinians barbaric, gives billions of dollars for Israel to continue its genocide, using the language of Herzl, the father of Zionism, who said that Israel is a rampart of Europe against Asia, an outpost of civilization against barbarism. But guess what? We are the civilized people that are fighting evil. Gaza! And I'll end with this and say that Gaza resembles resistance. Gaza symbolizes dedication and steadfastness. Gaza symbolizes resilience. Gaza resembles the fight against the idea of dignity. We are being asked to be robots, the only good for consumerism, to be customers of the latest phones instead of people who have dignity and pride. So I need all of you today to say that we are Gaza, because if Gaza falls, we fall, and if we fall and Gaza falls, Western imperialism wins, evil win, and the rest of the world will collapse. So I need you to shout from here to the rest of the world that we are Gaza. We are Gaza. We are Gaza. We are Gaza. And we are Gaza. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
We're gonna bring up Angel from the Malcolm X grassroots movement.
Free the land! Free the land! Free the land! My name is Ahlam. I am an organizer of the Malcolm X grassroots movement. You see Jasmin? We are an organization of revolutionary new Africans fighting on the behalf of all new Africans and African people throughout the entire globe for self-determination and liberation. I will be reading a statement on behalf of our organization in solidarity with Haiti and Palestine. The Malcolm X grassroots movement stands in solidarity with the Palestinian resistance in Gaza and with the Haitian people. We say hands off Haiti, free Palestine. As the minister Malik al-Shabazz Malcolm X said, the only way we'll get freedom for ourselves is to identify ourselves with every oppressed people in the world. Haiti and Palestine both suffer from colonialism and imperialism, spearheaded in the shadows by the United States. The U.S. has invested millions of dollars to finance Kenya's police invasion of Haiti. The paramilitaries that have overrun Haiti are the result of decades of U.S. and UN intervention. They are in service to unelected puppet governments put in place by the U.S. after the 2004 coup that overthrew the progressive government of Ju-Hyun Arsema. The U.S. also funds, arms, and defends the Zionist entity in the occupied Palestinian territories and sends law enforcement officers from every level of their police state there for specialized training. Metropolitan Police Department here in D.C. being one of those police departments that gets sent to train in Israel to come back here and brutalize, terrorize, and kill Black and brown residents in D.C. It is the same repressive tactics that have been used against the Palestinian people since 1948. We call on people inside the empire to oppose U.S. imperialism wherever it manifests. As a colonized nation, also exploited by the white supremacist U.S. empire, new Africans stand in solidarity with the Haitian and Palestinian struggle. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. The Malcolm X grassroots movement asserts the human right of people to self-determination. The U.S.-Kenyan invasion of Haiti is a blatant violation of Haiti's sovereignty. The Zionist entity has engaged in a 70-plus year war of extermination against the Palestinian population. The Zionist entity's honorary consul in Haiti, Gilbert Diago, is currently sanctioned by the Canadian government for arms trafficking and human rights violations in Haiti. We acknowledge that war is a horrible and unjust situation that claims countless lives. It is from this position that we oppose U.S.-backed militarism. The occupation of Palestine was an illegal colonialist project from the very beginning. As long as there is apartheid and occupation, there will be resistance to it. The Malcolm X grassroots movement charges genocide. The Palestinian and Haitian people have a right to defend themselves from genocide by any means necessary. We are so close, y'all. From Palestine, we say, end the occupation now. End the occupation now. The people demand ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Are y'all there? Ceasefire now. Ceasefire now. Next up, we have Nick Tilson and Indian Collective. Make some noise, y'all.
I come from the Al-Awda nation. I come from the people of Crazy Horse. I come from the people of City Bull. We captured the American flag in battle at the Battle of Greasy Grass, and we have never returned it to this day. And we have come here to march with you, to stand in solidarity with you. We have come here as a people to represent unity throughout the world in this moment. My mother is a matriarch and a revolutionary from the Al-Awda people. My grandfather was a Jewish anti-Zionist organizer who stood with Palestine since the Six-Day War, and he embedded that into my heart. So I'm here with you, with my brothers, with my sisters, with my relatives. No matter what they have done to try to wipe us out from history, to try to erase us, to put us through boarding schools, to take our land, to try to take our language, they were not successful. So we are here with you, and in this battle, we will not stop no matter what. In this historical moment, we must remember our ancestors. We must remember our elders who prayed for this moment one day. They prayed, they sacrificed. No matter what they've ever done, it wasn't for nothing, because we will together achieve revolution and the liberation of all of our people everywhere. In our ceremonies, they told us something one time. A message from Crazy Horse. They told us, and they asked us, how long are you going to let other people decide the future for your children? Are you not warriors? When I look out on this crowd today, I see warriors. One Cuban revolutionary once said that revolution is not a bed of roses. It is a struggle between the past and the future. My relatives, we are in struggle, therefore we are in revolution. Up ahead!
We now want to invite one of the stalwarts of our movement to free Palestine, one of our historic leaders, Lamistike from the Al-Awda, Palestine Right to Return Coalition.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. والسلام على أرواح الشهداء والسلام على المقاومة الشريفة الطاهرة. Peace and glory to the martyrs and the freedom fighters who fight for all of our freedom. We are gathered here not by a massacre. We are gathered here by the truth. And all of you who are witnesses to the truth are
but a cult of torturers. A cult of torturers. What do you call grown men who come from all over the world to torture our children in dungeons in the West Bank? What do you call a people who drop 10.5 pounds of bombs on another people who get only ounces of food and water a day? Genocide Joe knows that Gaza was not the first concentration camp. Genocide Joe was alive when the Zionists built 22 concentration camps through Palestine. Genocide Joe was alive when they negotiated with the U.S. government for their release. We are not here just to speak truth to power, but to implement that truth. And it is not only that we will not vote if they don't stop the genocide, no. We're here to make the inescapable truth inescapable for them. Just today, I'm an attorney, we filed a notice and demand to the members of Congress, letting them know that they will be prosecuted in criminal courts
all over the world. That they will be sanctioned like they like to sanction us all over the world. The days of just speaking have ended. So when we tell you do not be afraid, this is about your future. Our words are not empty. 3 weeks ago, we convened an army
of lawyers for all of you here and all over the world. And we remind the mainstream media that Joseph Goebbels, the genocide propagandist, was to face trial at Nuremberg before he shanked himself. And we intend to prosecute every media outlet that has mobilized in Al-Awda and in the Palestinian Assembly for Liberation. We are so certain of our future.
We are preparing for reparations. We are preparing for return. We will dismantle every institution of Zionist violence in the world from New York to Palestine. Wait! Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Are you ready to shut it down? Are you ready? Are you ready? Before we go, we have a comrade from Korea. Ju-Hyun from Nicole.
Gaza, don't you cry! Palestine will never die! Gaza, don't you cry! Palestine will never die! Comrades, that is why we are here today, because Palestine will never die! Palestine will live! It is Zionism that is on its deathbed! My name is Ju-Hyun Park. I am from Notable for Korean Community Development. We are an organization of anti-imperialist Koreans, and we are here because we stand shoulder to shoulder with the Palestinian people. Let me tell you something we have in common. The year 1948, 2 atrocities happened. In Palestine, the Nakba. In my country, U.S. soldiers burned down our villages to divide us and make 2 Koreas. That is why we have one struggle, the struggle against imperialism, and that is why we are with you here today. Because we know that Palestine will never die. Because they tried to bomb us too and they failed.
socialism for liberation. Come Eugene!
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine! You know, they always ask us when we go out, they say, will you condemn this and that? Well, I'll tell you what I want to condemn, and that's 106 years of the theft of Palestinian land at the prison and the Apartheid. They've killed tens of thousands of Palestinian people. Even before what we've seen now, when they've killed thousands of children from 2000 to just this year before this conflict, they were killing 100 children every year. That's what I condemn, the brutality of the Israeli apartheid forces. The whole reason why the world is standing up right now is because our hearts are in Palestine, because we know it's one of the purest struggles for liberation in the world today. So of course they want to demonize it. But let me tell you this, when the indigenous people in this country stood for their land, they demonized them. When the enslaved people of this country in Haiti rose to defend their human rights, they demonized them. When the people of Algeria rose for their human rights, they demonized them. So we're not going to allow the Palestinians to be demonized. They have the right to stand up, the right to defend themselves, and the right to resist. Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! We have with us one of the most hated intellectuals by Zionism, a writer, a journalist who dares to say the truth. We invite Kei Pritsker to join us.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we are your worst nightmare. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, you are a war criminal. President Joe Biden, you are a war criminal. Prosecutor Karim Khan of the International Criminal Court, we put you on notice. You, Karim Khan, have to file warrants for arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu, war criminal, for Joe Biden, war criminal. We are the future. They are the past. This is the largest pro-Palestine demonstration in U.S. history. This is the largest demonstration for Palestine in U.S. history, and this will never be forgotten. This is not the culmination of anything. This is the beginning. This is the beginning. This is where it starts. It starts here. We march from here. We tell them from here. History begins now. From the river to the sea. From the river to the sea.
Palestine will be free! We got a closing statement, y'all, on behalf of the Palestinian youth movement.
From the valley of the beast, no justice, no peace. I know we're all ready to march, but the fact that we have completely shut Today, we are announcing an international call to action. And this call to action, we call on you to join us on November 9th to shut it down for Palestine. We will continue building pressure against the political offices, the businesses and companies that fund, invest, and collaborate with the Zionist genocidal settler colonial project. So on November 9th, we are asking all of you, all members of our society around the world, to join us in demanding an immediate ceasefire, the end of all U.S. military aid to Israel, and to lift the siege on Gaza now. Walk out from your workplace or school, go to protests, organize teach-ins, wear your keffiyehs, and once you've planned your action, register it at shutitdown4palestine.org. That's shutitdown4palestine.org. And last thing, we ask you to pull out your phones if you can. You can text "shut it down" as one word to 833-648-0391. So text "shut it down" to 833-648-0391. Or go to shutitdownforpalestine.org so we can see the millions of actions that will be organized on November 9th to shut it down for Palestine. What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? If we don't get it, if we don't get it, if we don't get it,
Yeah, we're gonna start marching. I'm gonna ask y'all to take care of each other. We're gonna start to move that way. Have some patience. We're ready. We've been out here like we said. If we don't get it, if we don't get it, if we don't get it, justice. You say how? We demand a ceasefire now. We want justice. You say how? We demand a ceasefire now. Lift the siege on Gaza now. And no more USA to Israel. Is that right?
We need to start marching. Walk up to 14th Street. We're exiting the square. We're exiting Gaza Square to 14th Street. Pick up the coffins. Follow the coffins. Follow the flags. We are marching out of Gaza Square.
Make way for the coffin.
We are marching to the White House. Are you ready to march to the White House? Are you ready? Are you ready? Pick up a sign. Pick up a flag. Now is the time to march.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Long live Palestine! Long live Palestine!
Free, free, free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine!
Free, free, free Palestine.
Free, free, free Palestine!
From the river to the sea.
From the river to the sea!
Palestine will be free.
Palestine will be free! Free, free Palestine! Medea Benjamin!
So we're in front of the White House right now where the march is expected to head, and the program just wrapped up, and from where we were standing it really looked like hundreds of thousands of people all across Freedom Plaza, all the way down to the Capitol. DC streets were just completely shut down for Palestine. And this was just one demo of several demos happening in the country and around the world. There were all millions of people joining the call for the end of the siege of Gaza, for a free Palestine. And right now we're hearing some people chanting behind us. They're preparing for the protesters who are headed over to the White House, and they'll be protesting Joe Biden's complete silence, his support for Israel, his support for the massacre, and his unwillingness to call for a ceasefire.
Free Palestine! 1, 2, 3, 4! Occupation no more!
The crowd is just growing bigger and bigger. I see some folks from Code Pink that I think we can grab who just shut down Congress. Let me see if we can talk to them. Medea, would you? Oh, sorry.
We're getting a Code Pink interview with Medea. Are we live? Give us 1 sec. Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now! Ceasefire now!
So, Medea, we're gathered here at the White House, and earlier today we were talking about just the huge gap between what the people of this country want and what the administration is doing. And you have really been at the spearhead of just taking it right to Congress. Can you talk a little bit about that divide and what it says about our political system?
It makes you crazy when you go into Congress. You think, who are these people? Who do they represent? Certainly not us. I mean, they're representing pro-Israel lobby groups like AIPAC. They're even representing the weapons industry, but they're certainly not representing us. And I encourage people to join in, whether it's a local representative, sit in their offices, or it's in Washington. Come and join us in Washington, D.C., because all next week and the week after and the week after that, we're going to be in their offices, sitting in, dying in, lying down, demanding that they call for a ceasefire. So the only thing that's going to change the White House is if we, like this mass of people now, demand that Congress and the White House stop supporting the Israeli government.
And you've been an advocate for the Palestinian cause for decades. And have you ever seen anything like this?
Never, ever. I mean, we would do protests every year when AIPAC would come to town, and we would be lucky if we'd get 500 people there. And this is just enormous. This is so beautiful, and it's so diverse, so many young people. I haven't seen anything like this, and I think we know that it's reflecting around the country where there are other protests, and there have been massive, massive protests, even in small towns around this country. So this is something new, and I think that the people in power are going to have to start listening to the voice of the people.
And lastly, I mean, you know, it's not just Palestine, it's the labor movement, it's the movement, the call to end the blockade on Cuba. It just feels like there's so much happening right now. I mean, do you feel like we're on the cusp of a larger political breakthrough in this country?
I think there's so many people now that realize that this government is not reparable, not reformable, that our Congress is made up of people who have no interest in the well-being of the people here or the people of the world or the climate, except for maybe a handful of them, and that something dramatic has to change. I can't imagine that this election is going to happen, a presidential election, and people are going to be content to vote for Biden or Trump. No, I think we're on the cusp of some major kind of change. Breakthrough now.
Yes. We need a breakthrough now. You heard it here first. Thank you, Medea. So we're still here. We're gathered. The protesters are chanting "End the siege on Gaza." And yeah, let's see if we can find some. Oh, we have Kojo. How's it going? Kojo, how are you feeling?
We're always talking about people power and how the struggle and the people support you. This is what that looks like. This is amazing. You cannot see the end of this. It is amazing. It feels amazing to be out here in this moment.
We feel powerful, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It feels like we're going to free Palestine for real. You know what I'm saying? It feels like it's gonna happen in our lifetime.
You're involved currently in pro-Palestine organizing at your school, right?
That is correct, at Harvard, yeah.
And there was a little bit of a scuffle there. Can you tell us about it?
Well, I mean, we got doxxed.
You got doxxed. What happened?
Basically, they decided to parade a truck with our faces on it, saying Harvard's leading anti-Semites, ran it across Cambridge. Of course, Harvard Police Department said, oh, we can't do anything about it. And so, yeah, it was an interesting time.
But that's not going to stop you.
I mean, I'm here right now. Did it stop me? No, it empowered me. That's never going to stop the movement. Like I said, the people have our support, so we're going to show up for the people.
What would you say to someone who says, oh, well, Israel is so strong, Israel is so powerful, oh, they're going to dox me, oh, they're going to do this, you know, oh, what if we don't win? What if we can't win? What do you say to them?
We can't think like that. We cannot think like that. That's not how you build towards revolution, right? We have to have optimism. We have to have hope. And we know that we're on the right side of history. The people will be behind us. It's ultimately the people who will dictate our future. And this right here, this is the people. And we're seeing scenes like this across the world, from the UK to South Africa. We're seeing it everywhere, to Brazil. The people are with Palestine, so Palestine will win.
Can you let me know when I'm live again so we try to
Ceasefire now!
We're back here at the White House with?
Rod Stars from Rebel Diaz.
Oh, from Rebel. I know. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you. So what brings you out?
You know, I believe you know, an attack on one is an attack on all, and right now we're living a modern day genocide. You know what I'm saying? And we got to stand up. We got to be on the right side of history. And for us, you know what I'm saying? I'm from Chile, and we have a large Palestinian population in my country, and I'm trying to show solidarity. This is not about, you know, right now. This is about 75 years of an occupation, 75 years of genocide in which, you know, the Palestinian people have had their territory taken away. This is nothing new, and, you know, we're here to show solidarity, international solidarity.
You're Chilean, and of course the U.S. was funding a fascist regime there. Do you see yourself as sort of tied to the Palestinian struggle through that?
Absolutely. In Chile, after the uprising of October 18th, we had more than 600 people that suffered ocular trauma. That's training that comes directly from Israeli military. You know what I'm saying? When we talk about even in the U.S., George Floyd, Minnesota police got training from Israeli military. NYPD gets training from Israeli military. So when we talk about what are the connections back to the hood, back to the connections for us, is that we're dealing with a common enemy. You know what I mean? When you look at all the corporations, what are the corporations? All the corporations are supporting Israel. You know, we in front of the White House, they just passed $14 billion. You know what I mean? Of which all that money is going towards military support. And so we're clear that the U.S., Joe Biden, Genocide Joe, is funding genocide, is funding, you know what I mean, the killing of babies, the killing of children. And you know what? It's horrible what's happening, but the truth is being unmasked. And I think that what we have coming forward is poor people, people that have been colonized, realizing that our common enemy is imperialism, that our common enemy is colonialism, and that's what we're here for.
And they've been pitting us against each other for so long. They say, oh, your enemy's immigrants, oh, your enemy's this, it's Muslims. They did that with the war on terror. They say, oh, your enemy's the Palestinians. But really, it's our government. It's been our government.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We talking about, you know, having an anti-imperialist politic. And what does that mean? In our communities, we suffer from a smaller scale of colonization, which is gentrification. And how do they enforce that? With police brutality. How do they enforce colonization? With military murder, genocide. You know what I'm saying? And so we just here showing solidarity and saying, you know, we all Palestine and free Palestine. And, you know, we just here, man, solidarity forever.
Yeah, they occupy our neighborhoods with cops, just like in Palestine. One more thing, I mean, you know, we're here at the White House. There are tens of thousands of us. We're screaming, ceasefire now. It's like the most minimal demand, yet Genocide Joe Biden refuses to listen. The government does the exact opposite. They send more money to Israel. Why do you think that is?
Well, because Israel is like the U.S. imperialism's little brother. You know what I mean? It's the U.S.'s baby. And I think that it's important that we don't just stop at Genocide Joe. Because right now we're also seeing the truthfulness of what these progressives are. Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, everybody was going crazy about their progressive darlings. What has been their response? What has been their response? Silence. You know what I'm saying? And so we got to call it for what it is. It's not just Genocide Joe. It's all the Democrats and all the Republicans. You know what I mean? We have a two-party system, a two-party dictatorship in this country that funds imperialism, that funds, you know, colonization, and that right now is funding genocide. And so we're standing up against that.
Standing up against genocide here in front of the White House with Rebel Diaz. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Lock him up and throw away the key.
Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! Free, free Gaza! 1, 2, 3, 4! 1, 2, 3, 4! Occupation no more! Occupation no more! 1, 2, 3, 4! 1, 2, 3, 4! Occupation no more! Occupation no more! 1, 2, 3, 4! 1, 2, 3, 4! Occupation no more! Occupation no more! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea! Palestine will be free! Palestine will be free! From the river to the sea! From the river to the sea!
We're not sure if Joe Biden is in there. Maybe he's a little embarrassed. I mean, I think he ran away from a fundraiser. He got shouted down at a fundraiser in Minnesota. But now we're at his home here in Washington, D.C. Hello, sir. How are you? Doing well. Free Palestine. Where are you coming from, sir?
Michigan.
Michigan? Okay. Where in Michigan?
Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Okay. There are a lot of Arabs and Palestinians out there, yes?
Yes.
You know, that's been a huge...
Every state here.
Yes. That's been a...
Palestine.
It's been a huge, you know, subject of discussion. People in Michigan, people in Dearborn and Ann Arbor are saying, we're never voting for Biden, you know.
Never. We will never vote for Biden. It was a mistake. I voted for him.
You voted for him, and you regret that?
And my family voted for him. We will never vote for him.
And would you say that's how people in your community feel as well?
All the Arabs or the Muslims, all the free people will never vote for him.
Well, it sounds like we're getting a serious election upset coming out of Michigan, according to that man. So we're now being joined by.
My name's Haneen. This is my sister Jasmin. My name is Jasmin.
And where are you all coming from?
Birmingham, Alabama. Birmingham, Alabama.
That's really far. What made you come all the way from Birmingham?
Our family is in Gaza and in the West Bank, and we've lost some family members, and my mom has lost her childhood home. It was the last thing she had left of her dad, and it's gone. And we haven't heard from our family members in over a week. We have no idea if they're alive.
And to see this outpouring of support, what does it mean to you?
It fills my heart. It's overwhelming. I can't explain how much it means that Palestine is finally means something to everybody, and to see everybody out here standing up for us and speaking up for us. And we wanted to thank you for spreading the word and for being a voice and using your platform to tell everybody, come out here, support these people. This is not okay. So we just wanted to give you our gratitude, say thank you.
Yeah, and it's frustrating, really, right? Like that the people, Republican, Democrat, the people of this country have been demanding a ceasefire. I mean, it's a popular demand, and the Biden administration refuses to even entertain it. Why do you think that is?
You wanna? I think that everything that has been done by Israel has been done this way on purpose to engineer a sort of fear and victimize themselves, so people are scared to speak out. But obviously, as you see today, people are not scared to speak out. The people that actually know what is happening in Palestine are not afraid to speak out, because people have been silent. We've been silenced our whole lives. To see this outpouring of support means everything to us. We rode a bus from Atlanta up here because this means everything to us.
That's amazing, and that really makes me feel like Palestine will be free in our lifetime. People driving from Birmingham to Atlanta, taking a bus up to Washington D.C. It's incredible. And I mean, what kind of message do you have to people in this country who may not still be following this, who may not know? What do you want to tell this country and the world?
I think a lot of people have this convoluted narrative that it's complicated or that one side's a terrorist state, and you've been fed lies, and you need to decide for yourself, and you need to look at the evidence that presented to you that is not coming through a biased media source, but it's on the ground boots of the people in Gaza, the people in the West Bank, the people in Israel that are talking to you, telling you what their government has been doing to them. Look at the history, look at Nakba, learn about the Nakba, learn about what is going on, and then decide if this is complicated or if it's not complicated. This did not start on October 7th. What Israel has been doing in Gaza has been going on since the Nakba 75 years ago, and death does not justify it. What they're doing, targeting civilians and then calling all civilians terrorists, is not okay, and it's racism and it's xenophobia.
I remember my question. You all got me choked up. But Israel is so good at perpetuating this image that it's invincible, but it really kind of feels like that's falling apart, right?
Well, it falls apart when you have their false narrative going on to mass media and they're fumbling the ball. They're telling the truth and then receding that. They're saying, oh, no, we didn't mean that, or trying to erase it. And then you have Biden's administration backing that up because they want a foothold in the Middle East. They want some sort of power. They did it to Iraq, they did it to Afghanistan, they did it to Iran. They've done it in countless nations that we've seen before. They've done it here on the ground in the United States, and we're not going to stand for it anymore.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for being here. I mean, it really just warms my heart. Yeah, so we've got Birmingham, Alabama in the house. We've got everyone in the house. We're still here at the White House, and the crowd is still growing. It's still growing. Now I don't think we can get out of here. I think we're stuck. We're completely surrounded, and people are still on the White House fence right now. You can see there's the Palestinian flag is flying on the White House lawn right now. I never thought I'd see it. You love to see it. You love to see it. You love to see it.
What do you say? How many kids have you killed today? How many kids have you killed today? Free Palestine! Hurrah! Hurrah! Justice! Now! What do you want? Hey, buddy! Justice! What do you want? Now! What do you want? Justice! What do you want? Now!
Okay, we're back. We're here with Yara from the Palestinian Youth Movement. And Yara, where are you coming from?
I'm actually coming from Toronto, Canada. The Palestinian Youth Movement is a transnational organization of Palestinian and Arab youth. We have chapters across Canada, the United States, and Europe. And I'm coming all the way from Toronto, Canada.
So I apologize for calling this a U.S. demonstration. This is a North American demonstration. It is international. And Yara's been an organizer with PYM for quite some time. She's been in the movement for some time. So can you tell us a little bit about the organization, about how people can get involved, what kind of work you all are involved in?
So the Palestinian Youth Movement is a mass movement and an organization. We have chapters across North America and Europe, and really we're committed to the struggle for Palestinian national liberation, the total liberation of our homeland from the river to the sea, and we are committed to the right of return. For us, Zionism is a that is a threat to the entire region and a threat to the exploited masses across the world, in particular the global south. And so it is critical for us to be organized across the world, but in particular in North America and in Europe, to be able to confront Zionism wherever it is, challenge its presence in institutions all across the Western world. And for those interested in getting involved, you can find us on Instagram, on our website, on Twitter as well. Reach out to us and join us. We're going to be protesting out in the streets until the siege on Gaza is lifted and until our people are free.
Yes, PYM has played a huge role in organizing this demo today and in Canada as well, right? You know, and you've been in the movement for some time. Have you ever seen anything like this before?
I mean, what we're looking at here is hundreds of thousands of people who are gathered in the heart of empire, in the belly of the beast, making our voices heard, supporting Palestinian national liberation, calling for a ceasefire, calling for the siege on Gaza to be lifted, and demanding an end to U.S. funding of genocide. And, you know, particularly when the Biden administration has just voted to send another $14.5 billion to the Zionist entity, rewarding it for its genocide, to see a movement like this, hundreds of thousands of people gathered here in front of the White House is something I've never seen, but it's also a reflection of decades of organizing. It's a reflection of a 75-year-long struggle that has given thousands of martyrs. Our people have been fighting for 75 years to liberate Palestine and to return to Palestine. And really what we're seeing today is a culmination of that 75-year-long struggle.
You know, the Israeli Prime Minister pledged to double down on his massacre, on Israel's massacre of Gaza, and it doesn't seem like they're going to relent. Where do you think the movement needs to go? I mean, obviously we need to up the ante, but where do you think that is headed?
I mean, I think just looking around, it is clear that liberation is inevitable, that victory is coming, whether the Zionists or the imperialists like it or not. It is clear that the Palestinian struggle for freedom, the Palestinian struggle for national liberation is going to be victorious. And I think that, you know, we know what Zionism is. We know that the Zionist ideology is an ideology that is fascist in nature. We know that it is one that is backed by U.S.-led imperialism. And so, you know, for Zionism, the extermination of the Palestinian people is a central part of their project. The building of the Zionist state, I mean, it was built on the genocide of Palestinian people, massacres on Palestinian villages, and the forced expulsion of nearly 1 million Palestinian refugees. And, you know, my grandfather was one of the people who was exiled, removed from his homeland in 1948 in what Palestinians call the catastrophe, the Nakba, and he never was able to go back. He spent his whole life waiting to return to Palestine. And for me, I've never stepped foot in Palestine, and yet, you know, 3 generations later, I'm fighting my grandfather's struggle. And, you know, while he will never be able to return to Palestine, I'm fighting to be able to return on his behalf, and that's the story of so many Palestinians. And so we're looking at here at a movement of a multi-generational movement of Palestinian youth, of Palestinian people, of Arab people, of progressive forces uniting, and our determination, our refusal to capitulate, our refusal to abandon our struggle is clear, and it's one that no matter how many weapons and how many billions of dollars the United States sends to Israel, we know that we will be victorious.
That's one thing that Israel spends so much money and effort on, is perpetuating this image of invincibility, but it really feels like that's falling apart.
I mean, we're looking at a protest in the heart of empire with hundreds of thousands of people. We are seeing all across the United States, all across Canada, all across Europe, and certainly all across the global south, mass movements of people that are really demanding and making clear that Israel's facade of a democracy in the Middle East is being ripped off as we speak. And you know, we're seeing all kinds of actions taking place. Countries are recalling their ambassadors. Global South nations are severing their relations with the Zionist entity. And so really we know that just as other colonial empires have fallen, this one will fall too. And we see here in the United States, 66% of Americans want a ceasefire. This movement that we're building is not one of just Palestinians or Arabs or Muslims alone. We are supported by progressive forces all across the world and all across the country. And I think that in and of itself speaks to the inevitability that Palestine will be free in our lifetime.
Well said. Thank you, Yara. Appreciate you as always. And we're continuing on. The march is still growing. Still growing. People are just filing in behind me. It's getting really tight in here. And people are still on the fence. They are still on the fence, chanting at the White House, directing their anger and rage at Joe Biden. This is going to go on and on. We're going to cut off the stream soon, but we want to thank everyone that's been watching. We want to thank everyone that's been demonstrating. We want to thank everyone that's been supporting us at Breakthrough. It really means a lot, because this is more than just a war in Gaza. This is a media war. It's a war for information. It's a war for our dignity too, because they feel like they can lie to us. They can lie to our faces and insult our intelligence. But it means so much that you all have decided, no, we're not going to listen to the mainstream media's lies. We're not going to listen to Israel's lies. And the support for real journalism at Breakthrough News and elsewhere has just been tremendous. So we want to thank you all. Good night.